to say something this morning.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm unable to deal with that matter immediately. May I be permitted to deal with it as soon as I'm able to during the course of the day?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Chair.
Uchaziwe ke into yokuba into elibazise u-National Commissioner bekungenxa yemoto ezininzi endleleni no Senior Counsel Malindi uthi ke lo mcimbi bekufuneka uqumbele uzayenza loo nto emini namhlanje.
National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Midlanga, I think you're still cross-examining.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Commissioner, yesterday I took you through what I said is material or matter that may be gleaned from material received from SAPS. Now I want to make certain propositions to you regarding that, the matter that I say is gleaned from the SAPS material.
Izolo beshuku xa ke umba ngeenkcukacha kwanye amaxwebhu athathwe kumaxwebhu eSAPS ngoku ke ikhona ke ngokubhekiselene kuloo nto leyo into endizawuthi ndizithethe kuwe National Commissioner.
General, would you say that in a situation where some of the protesters may have been killed when some SAPS members might have been firing in response to open quote friendly fire close quote by other SAPS members, would you say that such a scenario represents the best of responsible policing?
Ukuba ke ngokuthiwa amapolisa athe ekubuyiseleni kwabo kanye xa bengempindezelo bedubulo kwabo becimba kudubula abaqhankqalazi ingengabo bebedubula ungathi ke xa uchaza lonto le uthi bubupolisa obubonisa inkathalo obo xa uchaza lonto?
My first response would be that I give you the context of that statement because I made it.
Indlela eniphendula ngayo kuqala into yokuba ndikunika ke ngokumxholo wesa statement ngoba ndisenzile.
The police, in my opinion, followed the prescripts, the protocols of what they were supposed to follow, and that statement had nothing to do with the deaths.
Amapolisa ke kwenzeni kwawo athi alandela imimiselo ebekiweyo ebhaliweyo loo nto ayinanto kwenza nokubhubha.
What did that statement deal with, or what was it concerned with?
Sithini sona eso statement?
It meant that the police did their work according to police plans, according to their protocols, according to their prescripts. It did not make reference to the deaths.
Kuthiwa ke ngoko amapolisa yenza umsebenzi wawo ngokwezicwangciso ezenziweyo nangokwemimiselo kodwa ke khange iphethe nto okanye ibhekise ekufeni ekubhubheni.
What work were you referring to?
Umsebenzi ububhekisa kuwo ngowuphi?
The policing of the public order and the processes that were followed throughout. I mean, I needed to talk to them about that.
Indlela ke ipops ezenza ngomsebenzi wawo kwafuneka into yokuba nendlela ezilandelwayo nokubafune ndithethe nabo ngalonto leyo.
Policing of, you say, of the public order. Are you referring to the crowd management at Marikana?
Ubhekisana ekulawulweni isitwele phaa eMarikana.
My talk was related to all the work that they've been doing in Marikana.
Intetho yami ibhekisele kuwo ngumsebenzi bebewenza phaa eMarikana.
Including all of the killings before and up to 16.
Loo nto iquka nokubulala na ukusukela nge-60 kanye ngaphambi kwe-16 kuyotsho ngalo mhla we-16 na
16 August 2012.
August 2012.
I presume those are part of what was happening there, but I want to underscore once more that my statement had nothing to do with the killings.
Ndingathi ngenye yezo zinto iquka nayo kodwa ke intetho endiyenzileyo ananto kwenza ke noko kubulawa okwenzekayo.
Is it not so, though, that the protesters who were killed on 16 August 2012 were killed as part of the police crowd management on the 16th? If I were to just focus on the 16th for now.
Akunjalo na into kuba ukubulawa kwabaqhankqalazi nge-16 August ibiyinto yenzeka apho ke ngoku ngeli xesha bekulawulwa izihlwele khona.
Yes, they were. But I requested when I led my evidence that the whole statement be played, because to cull out that alone and not read my statement in context narrows the engagement.
Weke injalo kodwa ke bendiye ndacela into yoba sidlalwe apha istatement sam ngoba ukufuna ukugxininisa kuloo nto leyo ungajongi sonke istatement sam izawuyenza ke ngoku ibe ngathi sincinci okanye sinciphile istatement sam.
To be sure I understand you, so you say you made that statement saying you did very well in the crowd management at Marikana on the 16th of August. But excise from what I'm saying the killings that you committed. Do I understand you correctly? Is that the answer you are giving?
Uthi ke ngoku ngamanye amazwi na njengoba usithi nenze kakuhle ke eMarikana kubo ngalamhla we-16 ka-August uthi ke ngoku ngamanye amazwi awuquki indaba ke yokubulawa into ithetha yona leyo.
No, you do not understand me well.
Hayi ngathi awundivisisi kakuhle.
What are you saying then? Make me understand.
Khawundixelele kakuhle ke uthini mama.
I have replied to say the statement that you mentioned did not make reference to the deaths. It made reference to the processes, to the prescripts, to the standard operating procedures that the police followed in doing their work.
Ke intetho endiyenzileyo ibingabhekisi ekufeni ekubhubheni kwabantu kodwa bibhekisa kwindlela abasebenza ngayo inkqubo elandelwayo kunye nemimiselo yokwenza umsebenzi.
I have also said that the request to play this statement in its totality when I led my evidence was important so that the total context be taken into account.
Commissioner, let us not...
ndithe eceleni kwam uba sidlalwe sonke istatement biza kwenza into yokubana kuzobona ukubaleka kwayo yonke intetho endiyenzileyo phaa kwintetho endiyenzileyo.
Commissioner, let us not run around in circles. You say...
Sorry, Mr. Lang, just to, on a housekeeping basis, interrupt you before you proceed with the point you're making. We have on our tables, and I take it others have as well, a 3-page document which is headed Gen Phiyega, all right, good morning, good morning. Am I correct in assuming that that's a transcript of the video clip which was shown to us when the National Commissioner gave evidence in chief, which was WW6? Is that correct? As far as I'm aware, this transcript has not got an exhibit number. If I'm wrong on that, I'd be pleased to be corrected. If I'm not, I think we should give it an exhibit number because I take it's going to be referred to in what follows in your cross-examination.
Yes.
Usihlalo into yokuba eli xwebhu liphetheyo phaa lamaphepha mathathu kubhalwe phantsi le ntetho yenziwa phaa kulaa video na.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you are quite correct. It's a transcript of WW6.
WW6.
Yes.
So shall we make, if Ms. Pillay will permit us, may we mark it F12?
That's correct, Chair. It's F12.
Kwelaa xwebhu laa ntetho ishicilelwe phantsi libizwa F12.
The suggestion is we make it WW6.1, which would be better?
We haven't marked any of the other transcripts in sequence in accordance with the video. So if precedent is to be followed, it would be F12.
Thank you. I've marked it accordingly.
May
I interrupted you. You were busy busy with a question. You better start at the beginning. Because neither I nor the National Commissioner, I'm sure, can remember how the question began.
As part of the housekeeping, Mr. Chairman, may I refer to, let me see, roughly about halfway through the page.
Well, first of all, let's make sure that the National Commissioner has a copy of the document.
I do, Judge.
kunjalo.
This transcript was given to the evidence leaders by subs. Let me just place that on record. There's a line roughly about halfway through the page that starts, "I come before you," to actually say, and it goes on to say, "Trying as it may be, mourning as we are, let us take note of the fact that whatever happened represents the best of responsible policing." You will notice, Commissioners, that I've skipped the word "we" that appears between "happened" and "represents," and I've also inserted the S at the end of "represent." Those are corrections that the evidence leaders agreed to with Mr. Semenya for subs.
Ikhona ke into elungisiweyo apha kule nto yenziweyo kodwa bavumelene ngayo ke nabameli be-subs.
General, I was at the point where I was saying, let us not move around in circles. If you say that what you were referring to was the crowd management at Marikana and all that the police did in terms of following prescripts and so on and all of the other things that you mentioned, by implication, that must include the killings, because the killings were part of that crowd management. It just must include that by implication. Do you not agree?
Into endiyithethayo ke into yokuba masingajikelezi kodwa ke njengoba usithi wawusithi kubo babesenza umsebenzi wokulawula izihlwele belandela imimiselo ebekiweyo kodwa loo nto iquka nokubulawa kwabantu. Uvumelana nam kuloo nto okanye uvumelana nam na?
Let me say I don't agree with the way you put it, because that very sentence, if you read it from the beginning, it will tell you certain things. It says, "I come before you." Actually to say, trying as it may be, mourning as we are. And I'm not talking about making that statement now. I made that statement that day. I said, trying as we are, mourning as we, let us take note. And there I was then moving into the professional guidelines according to the work that has been done, because I had already addressed the deaths.
Ndifuna ukuthi anivumelana kule ndishaye ngoba xa ubona ngiqala apha ndithi ndize kuni ke ngalamaxesha sicikidekile sizila ngandlela esizila ngayo ke ngoku ndifuna ukuthi emva kokuba ngoba apha kule ndawo ndifaka ndiquka khona indawo yokusweleka kwabantu kule ndawo xa ndithetha ngokuzila, kodwa ke elandelayo kulapho ndithetha ngobuncutshe nokulandela ke ngoku imigaqo.
Open quote, "whatever happened," close quote, what are you referring to there?
Xa usithi noba intoni ke iyenzekayo ubhekise entweni?
I mean the work they have done, and it's precisely what I'm talking about to say. The prescripts, the processes, that's what I'm saying.
Uthi ndithetha kumsebenzi abawenzileyo ke ngelo xesha bendibhekisa kwimimiselo nenkqubo elandelwayo.
Commissioner, prescripts don't do anything. Prescripts prescribe. Prescripts tell you what you may do. The people who actually do something will be operational people. So what were you referring to if you were not referring to that which the police themselves did in terms of prescripts? What were you referring to?
Semenya has an objection. Yes, Mr. Semenya?
Yes, Chair, this is argumentative. The witness has explained more than thrice what she meant by it. I can understand if Mr. Madlanga doesn't like the answer, but we cannot be just argumentative like that around the same point.
What do you say about that,
Mr. Chairman, I take strong exception to this. It's totally uncalled for. Mr. Chairman, I do not just have to stop because Mr. Semenya has had enough on one question. This witness has not answered the question. I want to get to the bottom of what it is that she is talking about. What exactly was this? What exactly was this? Was it that represents the best of responsible policing? She has not answered. She keeps referring to prescripts and so on, and yet what I want to get to the bottom of is what the people did. prescripts do not do anything.
Okay, all right, I've heard you. Mr. Semenya,
Chair, if the question is what did you mean by it, he says, I meant the work they did according to the prescripts. That's an answer. It's the one Mr. Madlanga doesn't like. But we can't have the same question to give it a meaning that would suit Mr. Madlanga.
I want that work. I want that work. What is that work? That is what I want to get to the bottom of.
all right, I'll allow the question as you've now phrased it.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku njengoba bephikisa uyena usina councillor Semenya omele amapolisa into yokuba le mbuzo uphenduliwe kodwa ke nangona esithi ke ngoku yena usina councillor Mahlangu ufuna ukwazi uba ngoku lo msebenzi uthethwa ngawo ngoku ke usihlalo commissioner uthi ndiyawuvumela ke lo mbuzo unjalo uba mawubuzwe.
Commissioner, I repeat, prescripts do not do anything. So if you say the police did work in terms of the prescripts, what is that work? What is it that they did in terms of the prescripts?
Commissioner ke ngoku imimiselo yona ayenzi imisebenzi xa uthi amapolisa ayalandela imimiselo le ibekiweyo ngokwenza umsebenzi wabo lo msebenzi uthetha ngawo ngowuphi na.
The work that we did on the 16th is well articulated in this commission, and it has been submitted through our presentation. It talks clearly about what we did on the 16th.
I take it the work then includes the killing of the 16 people at the first site and the others at the second site. Would that be correct?
Uthi ke ngoku lo msebenzi lo ngo-16 siye safaka amaxwebhu apha kucacile into eyenzekile nge-16 into ofuna uqonda usihlalo into yokuba loo nto iquka nokusweleka ke kwabantu into ezenzekileyo phaya inyani leyo.
Judge, I did not celebrate the death of people by what I said. I had already said in my statement that mourning as we are, because that's where I was recognizing the deaths. And then I moved on to the work that has been done. The cars that have been there, the people that have been there, all the formation, the plan that we have shared with you, that's the work I'm talking about.
And that. But what I want to know is, does that phrase, the work you did, include the shooting of the 34 people?
No, Judge.
Thank you.
Gokunte uchazile ke National Commission oba ngokwenza into elolo hlobo ayibeyithetha noba benibhiyozela ukuswelekwa kwabantu ngoba benze njini into yobana besizilile benibhekisa kwinto ezifana neemoto nabantu neeplenders phaya xa ibuza into yobana ke ngoku loo nto buthetha ngalo msebenzi biquka ukusweleka kwabantu uthi hayi ke nawo National Commissioner kuloo ndawo.
But it includes the crowd management at Marikana on the 16th, you say?
Uthi ke iquka ukulawulwa kwezithwele phaya eMarikana nge-16.
Yes.
Ewe.
The people who were killed on the 16th at both scenes were killed during that crowd management, in the execution of that crowd management, not so?
Abantu ababulayo nge-16 babulayo ngeli xesha ke kwenziwa olu lawulo lwezihlwele injalo loo nto ayinjalo?
That was the product.
Yaba ke zizo ke into evelayo kanye enzekayo.
We will submit. I will not argue this further. Rather, I will not ask you further questions on this further. But we will submit at the end, Commissioner, that it was actually irresponsible of you, and more so that you said during my cross-examination today or yesterday that you still stand by what you said here. We will submit that it was irresponsible of you to have made such a statement and to continue to make it. That is a statement that says, whatever happened represents the best of responsible policing in the face of an acceptance by SAPS itself that some protesters may have been killed when some SAPS members might have been firing in response to, open quote, friendly fire, close quote, by other SAPS members. It was irresponsible of you, and it continues to be, if you say you still stand by that even today.
Uthi ke usina kansela ukubonisa ke ungakhathali ku statement sakho ngeli xesha ke ngoku wawuthetha into yokuba amapolisa benze konke okungcono ngelalanga ngakumbi ke ngoku xa ume kanye kusithiwa kwakhona enye indlela bathi badubula ngayo mhlawumbe abanye abaqhankqalazi balubula ngeli xesha amapolisa ephindezela ecimba kudubula abaqhankqalazi kanti kudubula amanye amapolisa ingakumbi xa uthi usamile kuloo nto leyo.
I would plead with the judge to note that I have answered to the best of my ability the question that I've been given, and I do not agree with the statement that has been given.
What has happened is counsel has said he will he's not going to ask you any more questions on the point. He's just telling you that he's going to advance certain submissions at the end of the hearing, so you can comment if you wish. You made your comment, I think, so I think we can now move on.
Kuthiwa singaye komnye umcimbi ngoba besephendulile naye ngoku sewuya komnye umcimbi ke ngoku naye senior counsellor.
Just in case I might have given a wrong impression, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm not as yet stepping off the subject of representing the best of responsible police. I understand.
You did say you were going to argue at the end of the something at the end of the case.
I'm only stepping off it insofar as the firing in response to friendly fire is concerned.
Yes. You've been concerned with that point up to now, and the Commissioner, I think, has given her answer. And there's no point in repeating the point. If it's a good point when made already, it remains a good point. If it's a bad point so far, it's not going to become a better point by repeating it.
Kodwa into ayiyekayo leyana yokudubula kodwa ukuthi sihlalo nokuba into engakho right lena xa iphinda ayizonceda nto nganto.
If the subs analog radio network on the 16th was of such a nature that it made it either impossible or near impossible for the overall commander to follow what was happening, to such an extent that, as SAPS's own expert says, he was not in a position to make a very crucial call, that is a call to halt the operations. Would you say such a problematic radio network that presents such problems represents the best of responsible policing?
Njengoba ke ngoku kwesitsho ke ngoku yena incutshe into yokuba kwakunokuba nzima into yokuba bakwazi ukuqhagamshelana ngoba phaa kwakhunxake network ngoko ke bengenawukwazi into yokuba akwazi ukuthetha nabantu ukuba bamise le nto yayisenze namanye abantu bemise le nto yayisenzeka phaya. Ngoku ngendlela xa kukho ingxaki enjalo yenetwork ungathi loo nto ibonisa inkathalo apha ebupoliseni na?
I'll answer your question in two parts.
Ndizayiphendula ke ngendlela ngandlela mbini ke lo mbuzo ubuzayo.
The first one is that I've answered you on the radio issue to say I'm sure the commander would be able to address that when he leads his evidence and when he is questioned here.
Kokuqala ndithe ukhomanda nguyeza kwazi uzoyiphendula loo nto xa ezonika ubungqina bakhe apha.
The second part is that if I take that statement in context and understanding the fact that the radio issues that you are raising are still to be answered, the statement I made on that day had no knowledge of these radio issues that you are referring to. And even at this point in time, I'm sure when that answer is given by the commander, maybe one can be able to sit and say, this responsible policing in relation to prescripts, in relation to processes, did it add value or not add value?
Wesibini ke ngoku njengoba bensitsho maxesha kwenza istatement yayingekaveli le ndaba ye-radio ngoku ke xa ezile yena ukhomanda azonika ubungqina apha kulapho nguzobonisa into yoba kubekho ukwenza umsebenzi wopolisa ngendlela yenkathalo okanye awenziwa ngendlela yenkathalo na.
General, I'm sure you remember that yesterday the chairman quite correctly raised it with you whether you accept that what Mr. Diruova says in his statement with regard to the radio network and all of that happened in connection therewith. He received that information from SAPS members. Do you remember that being raised by the chairman yesterday?
Usakhumbula ke uchairman isithi lento wayithethe ke ngoku yena uDirova ebhekisa ku network ye radio ezi lo nkcazelo okanye lwazi walufumana ku SAPS. Usayikhumbula lonto?
Yes, I do.
When sayikhumbula.
And do you agree that it must be so because there is nowhere else he would have gotten that from?
Uyavumela into ba kufuna lonto lo ifanele bayinyani ngoba akho apha enye indawo benokwazi ukuthi ulwazi olunjalo alufumane khona.
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
Coming to your response that it's more the relevant commander who should respond to the question that I am raising. General, I am not asking you about whether indeed this radio network was in the state that we are told it was in. What I'm asking you is, based on the facts that appear from what Mr. Dirova says, which facts he must have received from SAPS members, based on those facts, do you continue to say that if that radio system was as has been described, do you continue to say that that represents the best of responsible policing?
Nendisela ke ngibhekisa kwinkcazelo ayifumene kumapolisa enodirova ukuba ke nkulento injalo njengoba ifumene ilolo hlobo kumapolisa le ndlela kwenzeke ngayo phalonto ibonisa na inkathalo apha kumsebenzini wobupolisa na.
I think I have given the best of my answer. Trying any further would take away from what I believe in and what I think is the best response to your question.
Ndicimba ndikuphendula kakuhle lo mbuzo ngoku ke enye indlela ongazama ngayo kuba mandizame ukuba ndiphambuke kule nto sendiyiphendulile.
Are you suggesting that you do not accept that Mr. Dirova was given the correct facts, perhaps?
Awuvumi na into kuba uDirova unikwe inkcazelo efumeneyo inyaniso na?
I have answered you to say I am aware that he got the information from us. I've also agreed yesterday and today. And you've asked me the question that you've asked me, and I've given you my answer. And I think that's the best answer I can give. Beyond this, really, I would be getting into a territory that is not giving you what I think is the best answer to give.
Nditshilo kuwe into yokuba uyifumene kwabethu ke ngoku inkcazelo enjalo yena uDirova lowo ndiye ndavumelana nokuyizona kwakunye namhlanje ukuba ke ndawunike impendulo engenye ngaphandle kwale ndiyawube ndiphambuka amanye amazwi.
What territory is that? Is that a territory best left for the commander?
Chairperson, the witness requires protection with respect.
Senior counsel ke funeke likhuselwe ke inqina.
About protection, and he wants to know what kind of protection he means. I don't think there's anything wrong with that question. But, sorry, no, I'm putting it wrongly. The question he was asking her was a follow-up on an answer she gave to try to elucidate the meaning of it, as I understood the question. If I understood it correctly, it's in order. If I didn't understand it correctly, you better address me further.
Chair, the witness has said to this battery of questions, I am giving you the best answer I can on that subject. How far beyond that can a witness be pushed? We may not like what the answer is. We will argue on the strength of that if Mr. Madlanga is so inclined. But can a witness be pushed beyond saying, I've given you the best I have?
This is my first experience.
I thought you were. No, stop it now. I was. My understanding was the question you asked was intended to elicit from the witness further elucidation as to what she meant by what she was saying. Mr. Semenya puts a different emphasis on it. Perhaps you can rephrase your question, and I can listen carefully this time to make sure I don't misunderstand it, and then I will decide, like perhaps a further argument, whether you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, speaking for myself, I am in the dark, completely in the dark as to what territory the witness is referring to. She says that if she attempts to answer the question, then she will stray into a territory, I forget what territory and what I was doing was to try to understand what territory she is talking about. Perhaps my learned friend, Mrs. Semenya, knows what territory she is talking about. I don't. And I'm seeking clarity on that. And so far as I'm concerned, this witness has still not answered the question. But I will start by following up on the clarification that I'm seeking, Mr. Chairman.
I think to seek clarification on the answer that was given is in order, and I allow that question. But there is force, of course, in what Mr. Semenya says also, and that is, if the witness says something that you are going to, which you say you will be able to show by argument to be incorrect, there isn't much point in rehearsing the argument with her now. There are sometimes the witness will give an answer, and that's the answer. If the answer is wrong, it's a matter for argument later. But anyway, but having said that, I allow you to proceed with your question seeking elucidation as to what was meant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I disagree with what you say. The rule about you stopping once you've been given a response, I know that to apply when one is cross-examining on matters that relate to credibility, and that is not what I'm about here. May I continue, Mr. Chairman? Cross-examination is exactly meant to try to dislodge a witness from a position that the cross-examiner believes the witness should be dislodged from. And until and unless it is shown why and how that attempt at dislodging the witness from that position, I see nothing wrong with. Yes, of course, one cannot. There are limits. One cannot do it ad nauseum. And at this stage, I was nowhere near doing it ad nauseum.
Well,
this was the first answer. This was the first answer to that question, and the witness gave what I dare say was in fact an evasive response to my question.
I haven't yet given a ruling adverse to you, so you don't have to get excited and address me further on the point. I've said I'll allow you to ask a question by way of elucidation. Any point I made was a point is sometimes reached where further cross-examination on a particular point takes the matter no further and can rather be left over for argument. Whether that stage has yet been reached is a matter upon which I've not yet given a decision, and so I suggest you proceed until you are faced with an adverse ruling or an objection which would lead to an adverse ruling, in which case the matter can be dealt with fully. It may perhaps not be necessary for us to do that, but please proceed with your cross-examination on the lines I've indicated.
Befuna iqonda ke ngoNkosi na Council Mandlanga ngalento yokuphambuka into ba ufuna uphambukela endweni na ngoku ke unikiwe ithuba into ba makaqhubeke ka ubuza umbuzo sawuvemva koko into ba usihlalo uzawuvimela into kanye akazoyivimela na.
General, you referred to some territory that you do not want to stray into. What territory is that?
General, uthethe kwenye indawo ungafuna uphambukela kuyo ngeyiphi le ndawo usida ufuna uphambukela kuyo ke?
I'll give you two parts of my question. I spoke about the radios and all those, and I said that's an area that I think the commander should come and ask, and that's the territory I'm referring to. And I gave you my second part of the answer.
Ndichazile kuwe xa ndithetha ngeradio into ba ucommander ke yiyo indawo ungafuna uphambukela kuyo nguye uzawukwazi ukuthi azochaza ngawo lo mba lowo ndiye ndakuchazele nempilo yami yesibini.
And about the commander, are you talking about the commander coming here to address whether or not there was indeed malfunction with the radio network, or what exactly are we talking about in that regard?
Uthetha ke ngoku ngokhomanda uthetha ba aze abazothetha ngondonakele okanye ngokonakala kwezi radio ezi okanye ufuna uthetha ngantoni?
Yes, because you were asking me a question in relation to that.
Ngoba ubuza umbuzo ubhekisa kulonto leyo.
I'm not asking you about whether or not there was in fact a malfunction. I'm not asking you about that. Therefore, your response about the commander being the person suited to address that does not come into the equation. This is what I'm asking you. Mr. Dirova, possibly informed by that commander or by whoever else within SAPS, says that the analog radio network of SAPS was in such a state that it made it impossible for the overall commander to make a crucial call, which was to halt the operation after the killings at Scene 1. Now, based on those facts that are stated, I am not asking you to comment on them in the sense of was it so or not so? Was the radio network indeed malfunctioning? I'm not asking you about that. I'm saying accepting what Mr. Dirova says, based on what SAPS itself has told him, would you say that a radio network that malfunctioned in that serious manner, in a huge operation of that manner, would you say that that represents the best of responsible policing?
umbuzo wami bendingabuza into yoba ke ngokusebenza kwezi radio okanye bezingasebenzi na ezi radio kodwa into bendifuna iqonda into yoba njengoba udirova lo yafumana ke ngoku inkcazelo kwabanye mhlawumbi bezikhomanda ezi xa esithi ke ngoku le ngxaki yabakho ngezi networks ezi radio yayenza into yoba kube nzima into yoba akwazi ukunqanda okanye ukumisa amapolisa ekubeni abantu besihloko sokuqala into yoba bangaqhubekeki nge-operation yabo na loo nto ke ngoku yenzekileyo ibonakalisa inkathalo na ebumsebenzi wabo ukuba bawenze ngonakho yonke indlela ngamandla wabo umsebenzi wabo.
I'm not able to give that judgment because A, I have said the commander will talk about the radio, and 2, the rover doesn't listen to us and regurgitate what we are saying. He's an expert. He must come and talk for his facts.
Okokuqala ke ndithe ucommander nguye ozothetha ngeradio umuntu wesibini ke ngoku lo wencushe yena udirova uzawuzazophendula lapha ke ngoku kule ntetho ayenzileyo.
On that basis, I still say the answer that I've given you
ngenxa yoko ke ndisamile phaa kulaa mpendulo ndikunike yona
is based on those issues because I cannot answer for those two people.
Ngoba ke aba bantu babini mna andinawukwazi ukuba ndibaphendulele.
And making an inference and an interpretation of that would be wrong of me. I would be very remiss of my responsibility.
Ngoku ke nokuba ndizama ukuba ndiphendulele abo bantu abo ndizawube ndinganiki iqashelo okanye mhlawumbi ndinike intsingiselo eyiyo.
I will take you back to paragraph 13 of Lieutenant Colonel Geffley's statement, which I read to you yesterday.
Paragraph 13 wentetho yenziwe uLieutenant
that is triple F10 commissioners. Again, National Commissioner, would you say that in a situation where, according to Lieutenant Colonel Geffley, SAPS members who were firing shots from different directions could even have shot each other, would you say that such a situation represents the best of responsible policing?
Xa esithi ke yena konkulo Geffley amapolisa ngeSAPS bedubula bekwindawo ezahlukeleyo bekwenzekile noba mhlawumbi bawenzakalisana okanye bachanane bona ngokukwabo loo nto ibonisa inkathalo na kwindlela yabo benza umsebenzi wobupolisa.
I have answered you yesterday on the very same question, indicating that the statement of Geffley does make reference to the fact that there were people who were shooting who he could not identify. And that's where we discussed quite at length the May answer that I gave you yesterday. And I still find it's still the same facts. I'm not able to change my position. I'm still saying May, with May in underscored, because there are possibilities both ways.
Uthi ke National Commissioner ke nayizolo besikushuxula umbaka kaGeffley into kuba naye bengakwazanga ubazokwazi ukubabona abantu abongo ke ndithe ndasebenzela igama ndithi into ibingenzeka leyo indlela engiphendule ngayo besisikushuxile lo mba lowo.
Just to make sure I understand you, so to you, it would still have represented responsible policing even if some of the SAPS members had, as a matter of fact, shot other SAPS members, injured and even possibly killed them. Would that still, according to you, have represented responsible policing?
Into endifuna uyiqonda into yokuba ukuba bekuyenzeka into yoba amanye amapolisa kwenzeke into yoba adubule amanye azangqoleke okanye azasweleke usenzo esinjalo sibonisa inkathalo na ekwenzeni umsebenzi wobupolisa.
Because it is a presupposition, and particularly because of that May, I'm not able to give you a definite answer on that one, and I think it would be irresponsible of me to do so.
Ngenxa yeba loo nto leyo into ecingwayo okanye ethekelwayo andinawukwazi ukuba ndikwazi uyiphendula kwaye ndiyawubonisa ungabi nankathalo xa ndingakwazi ukuba ndenze into yoba ndiphendule into enjalo.
It's not a presupposition, it's based on a statement that has been furnished to this commission by a member of SUPS, but I'll move on. We will...
It was a presupposition because, as a fact, no policeman was shot by another policeman in the course of the operation. Your question was, if that had happened, would that have been the best of professional policing? So it is a supposition because you say, if that had happened. And so the answer, the short point is it didn't happen. So it's really a very hypothetical point which doesn't take us any further. So I suggest it's appropriate to move forward.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
But you accept a presupposition possibly purely because Mr. Geffley and the rest of his unit ran and hid behind their cars.
Kodwa uyayamkela lento kuthiwa icinga ngoba kuthiwa uGeffley kwakunye nelinye iqela ke bazama babaleka bayozimela emva kwemoto zabo.
I don't understand that question.
Andiwuqondisisi kakuhle lo mbuzo andiwuvisisi.
It's quite plain, but I will move on.
Ucace kakuhle kodwa ke ndiyawuya komnye umba.
According to you, National Commissioner, was the operation at Marikana on 16 August 2012 a success?
Ngokuya kwakho xa siva wena ke commissioner indlela obona ngayo i-operation kanye into yenzeka pha nge-16 ka-August 2012 kuwe yaba impumelelo na?
Perhaps what would assist me is to understand what you define as success.
Mhlawumbi into enganceda xa uzangichazela uba impumelelo yintoni uthetha ukuthini xa uthi impumelelo?
If you consider what the police set out to do, how they intended to go about doing it or executing it, and also what was achieved in the end, both intended, unintended, in fact, including all of the consequences, would you say it was a success?
Xa sowujongisa kakhulu umsebenzi wamapolisa nendlela abathi bawenza ngayo nento eyaba ziziphumo zaloo nto leyo ungatsho na into yokuba le nto yenzeka ngalamini yaba yimpumelelo kwicala lamapolisa na?
I'm glad that you give me that explanation. One, you deal with issues of the plan.
Nangoba kunike ingcebiso ngoba okokuqala ubhekisa ke ngoku ubhekise kumba weplan isicwangciso.
Okay. And then you move to the process and to the outcome.
Uye waya kwindlela ilandelweyo kwakunye neziphumo.
Okay. And I would say in terms of planning, I do believe that the police did their work to plan accordingly.
Xa sithetha ngokucwangcisa ke ndikholwa into yoba amapolisa aye aceba kanye enze izicwangciso ngendlela efanelekileyo.
I also would say in terms of process, there was a disruption of the plan.
Xa sithetha ngenkqubo elandelweyo ke ngokwabakho ke ngokuphazanyiswa kweso sicwangciso.
And then the outcome, I would say, was unintended.
Iziphumo ezabakho ke yayingasiyinto ekwakujongiwe kuyo kanye ekuthiwe kufuneka yenzeke.
I can therefore say from the plan point of view, as you have articulated it, I do believe that it was a good plan.
Xa ubhekisa ke ngokwesicwangciso ndingathi ke no isicwangciso sasicwangciso sona esasilungile.
Post the plan, the disruption, and the outcome, I am hoping that through this process we may be able to understand, and maybe a position can be taken.
Kwaye xa sibhekisa inkqubo elandelweyo neziphumo sizawuqondiswa kakuhle ke ngoku apha ngento eyathi yenzeka sive.
So you are not in a position to say it was a success or it was not a success?
Ukwe awukwazi uphendula uthi yaba impumelelo kanye zange ibe impumelelo na?
Because of the multidimensional issues that you've raised, I've tried to qualify where I think things were good, and I'm saying the plan was good.
Ngenxa yezinto ezininzi ke uluhlu lwezinto ezichazileyo ndiye ndazithetha apha ke kunto ezicwangciso ngathi kona isicwangciso ibe sisiso esilungileyo.
And I'm also saying there was a disruption of the plan.
Ndiyatsho kuba nesicwangciso ke siye saphazanyiswa.
And the outcome was therefore different.
Iziphumo ke yaba into yahlukileyo.
So as not to waste time, let me take you to paragraph 11. You just a minute. The commissioners, please bear with me. I'm trying to.
While we bear with you, perhaps you can tell us paragraph 11 of what, so we can.
11.3 of 11.3A of Standing Order G 262, Exhibit SS2, commissioners.
Ndifuna ke uku paragraph 11.3 lo SS2 le kuthiwa standing order.
Paragraph number 11. Execution. This is page 408, I think, of the police documents, which is, and it's this particular part from 401 onwards is Exhibit SS2, as you say.
Chairperson, just apropos that page numbering, my page numbering corresponds with yours, but I understand that we are both on the wrong.
Okay. Thank you for
on
telling
the wrong
that.
index. Yes.
Thank you for telling me. I'll tell you how I solved the problem.
Yes.
Exhibit SS2 consists of 11 pages.
Yes.
And at the foot of the page that I'm talking about appear the words page 8 of 11.
Yes.
So if that helps everybody to find the right page, we can then proceed.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairperson, just not to belabor the point. I think the broader point I'm making is if, I don't know whether SAPS has distributed the new index. Apparently there's a new index where these numbers have changed. But maybe I'll sort that out with Ms. Pillay.
Stick to the exhibit numbers. We should be all right. And then this page, the number I gave is printed at the foot of the document as part of the original document. So everyone will be able to find it
For now,
using that information.
I am directing your attention to paragraph 11.3A. It's right at the foot of the page, National Commissioner. Do you see it?
Apha ke paragraph 11.3A apha ezantsi ke phepheni uyayibona?
Yes, I do.
Ucommissioner uyayibona?
Please just go through it.
Like sifunde.
The purpose of offensive actions are to de-escalate conflict with minimum force, to accomplish the goal, and therefore the success of the actions will be measured by the results of the operation in terms of cost, damage to property, injuries of people, and loss of life.
Uthi injongo ke yesenzo esenzwayo kufuneke ibe kokunciphisa imbambano ngendlela yokusebenzisa amandla ancitshisiweyo ukwenze kuzofikelela kule nto ufuna yenzeke ukuze kuba kuzobakho impumelelo. Impumelelo leyo ke ngoku iza kumejorishwa ngeziphumo zalo operation xa kujongwe indleko nomonakalo kwempahla, ukonzakala kwabantu nokuphuluka kobomi kwabantu.
Success of the actions, that's an obvious reference to actions of SAPS, not so?
Apha kwizenzo bathetha ngezenzo ze-SAPS injalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
And because this is about crowd management, this would be about the success of a crowd management operation, not so?
Inxaba kuthethwa ke ngokulawulwa kwezihlele kuthethwa ke ngalo operation yokulawulwa kwezihlele injalo?
Yes.
Ewe.
And as this says, that success is measured in terms of cost, damage to property, injuries to people, and loss of life.
Njengoba kuthiwa ke ngoku le mpumelelo iyawuye ithelekiswe nento ezifana nendleko kunye nokonakala kwempahla kunye nobantu ke wabaphuluka ubomi nomonzakalo okhoyo.
Yes.
Ewe.
On 16 August 2012, we do know that more than 70 people were injured. 34 were killed. I want you, based on what we have read here, to make a judgment and tell this commission whether, based on SAPS's own test set out in this paragraph, you would say that the operation that resulted in more than 70 people being injured and 34 being killed, would you say the operation was a success?
Ndifuna ke ngokusebenzise oluvavanyo kanye lendlela isebenzisayo ukuvavanya imeko enjalo isubs uthi ujonga imeko apho abantu abangaphezulu kwe70 basweleka nabayi34 baye abayi70 bonzakala abayi34 basweleka unixelele ke ukunto okubana lo plan yayinzwa ngalamini na ngalamhla ka16 August yaba impumelelo kanye zange ibe impumelelo na.
I think I need to be responsible in answering you.
Ndiyabona ke indlela ophendula ngayo mfuna ndikuphendule ngononophelo.
If we look at the section you're referring to, it would help us to read the entire section on execution, because I've already alluded to the fact that I think we had a good plan. The plan was disrupted.
Ke ngoku xa ndifunda yonke ke lelicandelo nisekulo funeka sijonga apha kwisitution indlela ezicwangciso esawusetyenziswa ngalo njengoba benditshilo into bayisicwangciso esenziweyo yaba sisicwangciso esilungileyo.
And it is important, therefore, that when I answer 3A, I take all those issues into context.
Balekile xa nizophendula apha ku3A zonke nazo izinto ezo ndizinike ingqwalasela ndiziqwalasele.
Because your preempted success is then disrupted.
Ngoba kaloku le mpumelelo obuyijongileyo iye yaphazanyiswa.
So it would be narrow of me to just look at that and use it to read into the outcome. The outcome was unintended.
Because of the disruption. Ngendlela imxinwa xa ndizojongayo ngokuba lento yabazi iziphumo kwakungasoyinto kwakujongwe ukuba kufuneka kwenzeke yona.
Taking into account all of the other factors that you referred to and you say are also contained in the rest of paragraph 11, taking all of those into account and not just focusing on clause 11.3a that I referred you to. I'm trying that to make sure that we are on the same plane. PLAIN or PLANE, not sure.
Supply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taking all of that into account, and obviously you cannot disregard SAPS's own measure of success, which is set out in clear terms. Would you say that the operation was a success?
Xa sijonge u11 wonke lo njengoba busitsho ujonge nezi zinto into okubana indlela bathi ke ngoku baphonononge impumelelo yeplan yabo isubs ungathi kulento yenzekileyo xa ufunda pha kulo 11 lo plan yangalemini yaba impumelelo na.
In keeping with what you explained as success, which included the plan, which included the process, which included the outcome, I will again say the plan was good. The plan was disrupted. The outcome was unintended. And you cannot have a very clean, purified definition of success. It will be a relative definition of success. And that would say the plan was good, the plan was disrupted, and the outcome was unintended.
National Commissioner, wouldn't it be perhaps appropriate to say that regarding to the loss of life and the injuries and so on, it can't be said that the operation was a complete success. But you would, of course, wish to add that insofar as it fell short of a success, this was due to factors which presumably you would say were beyond the police control of the police or were unforeseeable or something of that kind. Whether those points are correct would be a matter for us to decide. But I think looking objectively, it's difficult to say the operation was a success, but what would be important to look at is why wasn't it a success? Can the police be blamed for the shortcomings as far as success were concerned? That's obviously a wider question which the Commission is concerned with. Would that not be a fair summary of the position?
I think that's a fair summary, Judge, because that disruption bothers me because it really interferes with a definition of success.
Uthi ke ngoku naye uvumelana nosihlalo uNational Commissioner into yokuba nyani into echaphazela impumelelo kukuphazamiseka kwabakho kwisicwangciso esenziwayo.
Mr. Madlanga, may I ask you, have you finished with Colonel Gaffley's statement in relation to the question of, either the question of the best of responsible professional policing, whatever the phrase was, or this question as to success? Because if you have finished with it, there's a question I'd like to ask, but I don't want to ask a question that you're intending to ask later.
In fact, what I forgot, not only on the carefully issue, but I was not going to ask a question focusing on it. But what I had intended was to, and I forgot about it, was to indicate to her something that we will argue, or what we will argue, based on, and I want to put it to her, I want to put it to her, before I come back to the question of success.
I was going to ask her, if you didn't, about paragraphs 14 and the first and 15, particularly the first part of 15. 14 and the first sentence, really, of 15. It seemed to me to have relevance in the context with which you're busy. But if you're going to ask those questions, then I won't do so.
Uzawubuza pa 14 no 15 uba bengazobuza kuzo ke imibuzo senior counsel Madlanga.
I was not going to ask them, Mr. Chairman. May I just perhaps make the proposition I was going to make, and then I'll leave it to the chairman to raise the issue.
Yes, do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uzawuqala utsho le nto afuna uyithetha ize athathe ke ngoku athethe emva koko yena usihlalo.
National Commissioner, my apologies for taking you back to the subject that I dealt with at the beginning of the day today. I'm sure you still remember the issues that I took you through, and at the end of each one asking you whether you say that represents the best of responsible policing. What we will argue in the end is that all of those issues that I took you through in fact demonstrate that the operation was chaotic and cannot at all be said to represent the best of responsible policing. What is your comment?
Ndicela uxolo National Commission ngoba izinto ndiya kuyo ngoku le nto ndiya kuyo besesidlulile kuyo. Into endithi kuwe njengoba besithetha ngalamba ukuba apho nibenusa indlela ukwenza umsebenzi wopolisa ngendlela enkathalo, ndatsho ndachazela ke ngemiba nezizathu. Uthi into endisayitsho kungxoxo mpikiswano ntoba into eyenzekayo pha yaye yabonisa umbhodamo ngendlela abenza ngayo umsebenzi wabamapolisa abayingqibe evangi.
I've given what I saw as what I interpreted, as a response to the issues that you raised, and I think I am not changing what I've said, and I cannot give any better to what I've said already.
Ndiye ndaphendula ke kuzo ezo zinto ezo kwaye anditshintshi kwezi zinto bendisendizithethile kwaye ayikho enye into engenye endizawuphinde ndikuphendule yona.
I heard the comment by the chairman when I was asking you about the success of the operation of the 16th, but I will nonetheless ask you about the success of the operation of the 13th.
Going to that, can I now ask the question I was going to ask? Colonel Gaffley's statement is FFF10, and paragraph 14 and the first paragraph of 15 read as follows. I could see that some of the protesters were hit and members were still firing. This is when I started screaming the command, cease fire, at the members shooting from behind us. The shooting started getting less, and you could only hear individual shots every now and then. Now, the question that I want to ask you is if it's correct that when the order to cease fire was given, was screamed, the members did, and if it is correct that the members didn't start it didn't respond to that immediately, but the shooting went on, albeit it got less, and there were individual shots. Would one be able correctly to describe conduct of that kind as being the best of responsible policing?
Njengoba into ba esitsho intoba ndandibona ukuba abanye abaqhankqalazi baxhaniwe kwaye amalungu ayeseqhubeka ngokudubula kulapho ndaqala ukukhwaza khona ndisithi kanti ukudubula kumalungu ayedubula esemva kwethu ukudubula ke kwaye bangathi kuya phantsi ndandisiva apho nalapho kwakudutyulwa khona into ofuna uqonda usihlalo into yoba loo nto leyo yayibonisa inkathalo apho kwaba babedubula ukuba benza umsebenzi wabo ngendlela yenkathalo na.
Judge, I think the 14 says I could see some of the protesters were hit and members were still firing. This is when I started screaming the command ceasefire at the members shooting from behind us. And let me go back to what we also read earlier in this statement, where General Gaffley refers to...
No, I don't know whether you're promoting him in the field, but he was actually a colonel, but I'm sure he won't object.
I beg your pardon?
You called Colonel Gaffley General. I said, I don't know if you were promoting him in the field, but I'm sure he won't object to being called a general.
No, I'm missing your point.
It's all right. It was a slip of the tongue. You called Colonel Gaffley a general.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was
My
correcting
apologies.
you. That's all right. I'm
Okay.
sure. I'm saying, I don't think Colonel Gaffley would expect an apology. But carry on.
It's been very difficult. I've lost my titles. I was just going back to the fact that just in an earlier paragraph, which is 14, that's where he talks about firing from different directions. And my concern would then be, was the firing that he is talking about that was kept on shots coming now and then, coming from the back, or would the people from the back have responded? That's what would concern me in terms of responsibility, because when you say ceasefire, you expect members to stop. But not having been on the scene, I would ask the question whether the shots that were still coming, were they still part of the crossfire that he's talking about, or part of the bush? So for that reason, I wouldn't be able to say the commanders that he was talking to. He's very definite about the people that he sees at the back. And I'm hoping that maybe those who stopped were the ones at the back, and the ones that he wasn't seeing, the ones that were crossing from all over it, could be the ones where shots could be coming around.
Okay, I don't know. I understand you to be saying, and if I'm understanding you wrongly, you'll correct me, I'm sure, that we really have to wait till Colonel Gaffley comes. If Colonel Gaffley says that after I gave the order to cease fire, there were still individual shots being fired by the people to whom I addressed the command, that would not be the best responsible policing. But if he says something else, which indicates that those are not the facts, then the point wouldn't apply. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying? We don't know if people from behind to whom the command was addressed didn't respond immediately and went on shooting. That wouldn't be the best response for policing, but we don't know whether those are the facts at this stage. Yes. So it's not appropriate to make it a definite comment on that. Is that fair? Is that really what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
National Commissioner ukuba lamapolisa ayisemva kwakhe ngexesha esithi makuyokudutyulwa ayaqhubekeka loo nto ibizabonisa into yokuba akukho nkathalo endlela bebenza ngayo umsebenzi wabo, kodwa ke bakho impendulo engenye njengoba kuthiwa amanye amapolisa ayidubula eme kwezinye indawo ke kungazwa nenye impendulo, kodwa njengoba kutsho into yoba uzayichaza kakuhle xa elapheni kubungqina bakhe.
You see, it's linked to a further point that on this video that we have seen over and over again, of I think it's 8 seconds of firing at scene one can also hear the command being shouted, cease fire, and shots are heard thereafter as well, a number of them. So again, the facts aren't quite clear at this stage, but obviously if in fact people went on firing after there was an order which they heard to cease fire, that obviously wouldn't be the best response for policing either.
I would say probably the commander may tell you, see, Judge, I don't know whether a shot, when they say ceasefire, it stops immediately or something still goes out, and I'm the wrong person to be asked that. I'm sure the commander can tell how it works. Whether, these ones that Gaffley is referring to is a normal process, dying down and hearing one or two and stopping, I can't talk to that.
When Gaffley comes, I'm sure we can ask him those questions.
ngenxabe ke ngoku sitsho naye National Commission obana ayo ngumuntu mina ayinguye
And I understand you to concede that if Gaffley says it was the people to whom the command had been addressed who went on firing and they could have stopped firing, you don't seek to contend that that was the best of responsible policing, because obviously it wasn't. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, thank you.
kuthiwa unguye ugafloza ukwazi uzazichazela ndawo ngoba nguye yazi indlela esetyenziswa ngayo ngokuthiwa ke uba ke bebanqanda abantu kodwa baqhubekeka loo nto izobonisa into yoba ebupoliseni babo baye babonisa ungakhathali uba yenzeke ngaloo ndlela.
And Judge, sorry if I may just add this one to say if he could also say which ones, because he refers to people he's not seeing.
Ndifuna ukongeza ndithi ke xa ezobuza uba abapha abantu ngoba ingathi uthetha ngabantu angababoniyo apha kwintetho yakhe.
Chairperson, for the record, we intend to call an expert, a Dirova, to explain empirically how that happens in multiple shooting incidents.
Uthi ke sifuna ukubiza yoncushelo uDirova azosichazela ndoba apho kudutyulwa ke ngudubula abantu abaninzi ilento iye yenzeke ngoluphi hlobo na.
National Commissioner, on 13, the crowd management operation that was conducted on 13 August 2012, there 5 people died, 3 of them presumably being protesters and 2 being members of the South African Police Service.
I don't know that what you're saying necessarily applies to the 3rd civilian, so it might be advisable. It's not vital for the point that you're making.
Say civilians. Yes. Safer to just say civilians.
This doubt, as I understand, as to whether the 3rd civilian who was found dead in front of the shack that we saw at the inspection was in fact one of the strikers.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that.
Well, Chairperson, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but that is a version of the police in terms of Exhibit L, that it was one of the protesters.
No, but it was already, I think,
there's doubt.
Been mentioned the fact that there's doubt on that one.
Thank you.
But anyway, I didn't want to hold things up, but I didn't want us to proceed on what might turn out to be a partially incorrect premise.
Thank you for the correction, Mr. Chairman. 3 of the people being civilians and 2 being members of SAPS, so a total of 5 people dead. Would you say that that operation was a success?
Asijonge kulamhla we-13 kaAgasti 2012 apho kwasweleka abantu abathathu kubo yaye ngabahlali abathathu kwakunye namapolisa amabini. Xa ujongile lo yenzekayo ungathi na isicwangciso senzeka apha ngalamini i-operation phofukeleyo yaba impumelelo na?
Again, I would request to assist me in your definition of success.
Ya ucela kakhulu undichazele kakuhle into yokuba intsingiselo yale mpumelelo uthetha ntoni ngayo.
Same as before, General.
This is
ground that we traversed for quite a while around the operation on 16 August 20. And indeed, success as defined in the paragraph that I referred you to of Standing Order General 262.
If it is the same answer, it's the same to say, I do believe that the police, in terms of what they did, what they planned, how they engaged, how they negotiated, all those processes, and how they tried to assist those members to move towards a copy, that was well done.
Ukuba ke ndibhekisa ke ngoku kwisicwangciso nendlela abathetha nayo nabantu nendlela abanceda ngayo ukuba bazama ukuba bayofika phaa kwekopi ndingathi loo nto leyo yenzeka kakuhle yenziwa kakuhle.
Again, you refer to a plan. Were you told that there was a plan or that a plan had been put together for the operation of the 13th?
Ndiuva kakhulu ngesicwangciso waxelela into yokubana kukho isicwangciso senziwayo na ngalaa nto yenzeka phaa nge-13.
Just a sentence ago, you referred to 262. I'm taking 262 into account to say it informs how police do their work. in such circumstances. If I look at that execution, they would have negotiated. Maybe I should go to it. They would have negotiated. They would have spoken, and the video does show that there were engagements with people who were meeting, who wanted to move, who were armed, who even refused to lay down their arms, but they still continued to walk them towards where they were supposed to go.
Kandithi kaloku ubuqobo obuthetha ngo-T62 nam ke ndinika ndisekuyo nje bandiphendula nje into yoba bayenza yonke le nto phaa ku-T6 so bangena kuthethathethano bathetha nabantu nevidiyo yayibonisa loo nto leyo kwaye bathetha nabantu ababexhobile bebengafuni ubeka phantsi izixhobo zabo kodwa ke bakwazi ukuba babakhaphi.
And I'm sure those who are going to talk, having been on the ground, would explain that better, because I think somewhere there's a disruption and the outcome is also unintended. It is almost like the one of the 16th.
Uthi ke nawo lapho ngaba bazawukwazi ukuba bazochazela ngokuba isicwangciso saphazanyiswa kwavela ezinye iziphumo ezingezinye ke ngokodwa abo bafaneleke bazawunika ubungqina kuloo nto leyo njengaloo nto yenzeka phaa nge-16.
And therefore the definition of success becomes very relative and difficult to make.
Ngoku ke ngoku ukuchaza kuba impumelelo apho kwinto imeko njalo ithetha ntoni intsingiselo yayo iba into enzima kuba mandiyenze leyo.
General, that long response does not answer my question. In response, or your response that preceded this last one that you've just given, made reference to a plan on the day, that is 13 August 2012. What my question is, were you told that a plan had been put together for the crowd management operation of 13 August 2012?
No.
Were you told that a plan had been put together for that operation?
No.
Akubuzwa ke ngoku ngalamhla u-13 August uba u-National Council ndoba waxelela uba isicwangciso senziwe na for lamhla we-13 uthi hayi.
So are you simply making an assumption that there must have been a plan?
Okay, into ozicingelayo leyo into yoba mhlawumbi isicwangciso senziwe okanye plan.
I'm making no assumption. I have said to you that if I read 262, as you were talking, the execution, and I listen to what you're saying about the 13th, if I look at that, I would say there would have been a process or some way of dealing with all those issues that are raised there. And I am also saying to you that the person who did that will be able to answer you much more specifically on the details and nitty-gritties of that.
Andithi ndiphendula into endizicingelayo kodwa ke bendiphendula phaa ku-262 nenkqubo kanye indlela eyalandelwayo njengoba bendisitsho kwakhona into yokuba umntu wayephaa nguye kozawukwazi ukuthi azophendula loo mibuzo injalo.
And all I was saying was that, the success, as you say, you were using the old definition that you've given me. I was saying there's work that was done there, and I think there were negotiations. We saw people talking to each other. We saw them walking people. We saw them, something else then happens, and the outcome is something very different.
Ngoba sizibonile zonke into zenzeka apha kwakuthethathano nabapha bethetha khona abantu kwingxoxo babakhapha kodwa ke ekugqibeleni kwavela ezinye ke ngoku iziqhamo ezingezizo okanye ezimuncu.
You keep, in response to my question around the plan, you keep referring to what Standing Order General 262 says. Are you suggesting that you would have expected the police to act in accordance with Standing Order 262? I'm just trying to understand you. I don't.
Ndiyakuva xa mphendula manobhekisa phaa ku-General Standing Order 262 uthi indlela obulindlela amapolisa enze ngayo kungokale ndlela kubhalwe ngayo phaa ku-Standing Order 262 na?
Let me start off by saying the events of the 13th we've all seen on the screen.
Zonke izetho zalamhla we-13 sazibona ke phaa eTVini.
The same events are there in our presentation.
Kwaye ke nezo zihloso sibhalile ngazo kumaqwempu ethu.
My response to you is saying you asked me whether it was a success.
Undibuzile ukuba loo nto yaba yimpumelelo na?
I was not at that scene.
Ndandingekho ke mna phaa kwindawo yesehlo.
The response I'm giving you is based on my observation, on what is on our report, on what we've all seen on the screen.
Impendulo yami endinika yona ke ndiphendula ndibhekisa kuyo ingxelo endiyifumeneyo nakwinto endibona phaa nam kumabonakude.
You further assisted me by saying I have defined success to you to mean what I have said when we were dealing with the 16th.
Uye wanchazela kuba impumelelo ufana nento obubhekisa kuyo ngexesha buthetha ngomhla we-16.
Based on what I've said, in terms of what we've seen on TV, what you have seen in our report, I'm saying there were processes that shows that there were negotiations, people talking to each other, people who refused to put their arms down, people who were walked away. And I've said from a process point of view, something happened. And I said also, like the previous question, the outcome was unintended. And therefore, it is difficult for one to say in categoric terms that you are asking whether it was a success or not. It remains relative.
Njengoba ndixele ke ngoku xa sijonge phaa ku-TV nakwingxelo ebendithetha ngayo kulapha khona umthethwathano ke ngoku abantu nalapho besala bala khona ukubeka phantsi izixhobo baze bakhatshwa. Ndithi ke iziphumo yayi kwangento kwakujonga ukuba mayenzeke leyo.
As I understand, you did attend at Marikana on 13 August 2012, correct?
Indlela endazi ngayo into yokuba wabakho phaa nge-13 August eMarikana ngo-2012 kunjalo?
Yes, I was here in Marikana on the 13th in the evening.
Ewe ke ngokuhlwa kwange-13 August ndaba seMarikana.
Let me just briefly define the unfortunate scene on the day, the 13th of August 2012.
Mr. Madlanga, forgive my interrupting you. You say you're going to do it briefly, but I'm not sure, to be fair, knowing a little bit what happened on the 13th, on the evidence we've had so far, that it can be done with the kind of brevity that one would desire at 11 o'clock. But if you can do it with the appropriate brevity, please proceed. If you can't, then maybe we mistake the adjournment at this stage. But
Perhaps
tell me if it's appropriate.
Perhaps let's take the adjournment.
Right, we'll take the adjournment at this stage.
Sisayosela yiti siyotho bunqono sabuya khona.
For a long time.
ukuthi uyenza intweni ebantwini and noma ngabe mhlambe umthetho uyamyeka yena but yithi kuyohlala kunjalo kuyizona yithi ukuthi imoto bayenzani so sibenza ukuthi afike kithi kahle kahle futhi ngabe kuya ngani ngabe siyenze manje ukuthi time basayomhlaba ngemuntu kasabuya
They say, no, stay together. That's how it works. They call out reaction and we tell them. My eyes would tell us what happened, who are first now I take this to this. So, I'm church, because we're not stuck in the event of Kubanis. So, you saw that's also Kubana. 50-50, must be studying. We can have a science and a light just start. But what's the best study? That's Kubana 50-50. Church has been it's not chance to the futhi masasibona sesihlukane kanjalo kungenzeka ube usayihlangana ndawonye ngoba sesihlukane kaningi sisemakhuleni lapha bazobona ukuthi lento umlayezo ukuthi uyahamba ngempela yabo kuyisaphendisa nje lapha yiphi indlela esenza ngayo ukuthi nabethi bengasho ukuthi mhlawumbe sesikhulu esemthethweni ngoba sokusebenza Paulo naye ebalekile kakhulu bona abasebenzi okay abasebenzi bayibalekela nekhamera lela abashaya yona yebo fanele babalekela abasebenzi kodwa ikhamera lana ongeyini ekusukela emthatheni entabeni la kwenziwa idocumentary ezokhipha ngokuthola yini lapho iqopha umlando nobhale phansi kodwa uzosibona nawe uzibuka khona nalokuthi nawe imaphoto enzakalayo ubona kuyaha ungaya kuleya khamera leyo futhi ukhawuthuzwa la izokuphinda betshwana njalo inyanga yini ngazi yaphawula nangalo inyanga yini yonke into bayikhulunywe yini ikhamera la iphethe nazi lapha epolisi yaba lapho lapha epolisi Marikana support campaign yini ningayibalekile ayizukukhipha kuthini kodwa iyonikhipha sekuqopha ama-disk enizowathola one by one angawini okumlando wini kodwa khamera ningayibalekile ingeyini kuphelile ukuthatha This level cool is a coach now. I'm going to start in our Facebook. They're going to go. Super keepers who are keeper very kind of style. We'll do the damage and then we'll control after our damage control. After that.
Singamele nyawo sebefikile commissioner.
The commission resumes. You're still under oath, National Commissioner. Are we now going to get the brief summary of what happened on the 13th?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman. National Commissioner, I'm just going to refer to what I want to call the skirmish, and that is what I want to give a brief description of. We have observed video footage of what happened on the 13th. And part of what we see in that footage is a stage where you see smoke, which I assume is tear smoke, and you also notice what appears to be something dropping on the ground. I do not want to venture and suggest what that is, but it may well be a stun grenade or two. And after that, you then see people moving in all directions, some even running, and there's a lot of smoke. And thereafter, you then see some of the people that died on the day. So what I'm referring to as the skirmish is that scenario that I've just described. Were you told when you received your briefing on 13 August 2012 what it is exactly that triggered that skirmish?
Kukhona into ke ngokuya nge13 endiyibiza lo mphodamo wenzekayo apho sibona kakhulu kumsi kwivideo wethiya mhlambi ngathi ngwethiya gas khona into wela phansi ningazi into bandizabiza sun grade na nabantu ababonakala bebaleka kuze kuvele ngemva kwabo baswelekayo uwaxelelwa unobangela walo mphodamo into ba yaba into na.
You refer to a skirmish, and I would not be in a position to talk about. I know I saw people sitting, people being spoken to, and that's what I saw in the video. And that is also what I've been briefed on, to say they came, they squatted, there was that engagement, there was negotiation for them to put things down, they needed to move, they were being moved to the mountain. The skirmish and all those issues I really cannot attest to, talk to. I think I would be interpreting things that I don't understand.
Andifuni ke ungena kuleyo mbhodamo ngoba ndiyayiva ngengxelo into abantu baxelela ngexesha babethe behleli phansi becela babeke phansi izixhobo ngathi baguqile nendlela babehleli ngayo kodwa ke leyo mbhodamo yona andinokwazi ukuba mandiphefumule kuyo.
I put it in that fashion because I proceeded on the assumption that you would have seen this on the footage as well. But let me phrase the question differently, General. Were you told during the briefing of 13 August 2012 what it is exactly that triggered the events that resulted in 5 people being killed? What it is exactly at the exact point that the events commenced, resulting in the death of the 5 people? Were you told what it is exactly that triggered that?
Into endifuna uyiqonda kuwe ke National Commissioner into yokuba ngalanto yenzeka phanga mhla we-13 kaAugust waxelelwa into yokuba yintoni le yenzekayo yakhokelela into yokuba kuze kude kusweleka abantu abahlanu na.
What I've been told is that there was a group of armed protesters.
Into endayixela into yoba kwakho liqela labantu ababephethe isixhobo.
The requests were that they put their arms down
bacelwa ke into yoba mabeke phantsi izixhobo zabo.
It appears there was an agreement on that,
Kubonakala ngathi ke kwabakho isivumelwano ke kulo mba lowo.
and I was reported, the report that was given to me was also that there were some extended negotiations around that.
Ndava ke into yoba kwabakho nothethathethwano lathatha ixesha elide ngalo mba lowo.
I also see those negotiations on TV,
Ndiye ndazibona ke olo thetho ndalibona nakumabonakude.
and I also see continued movement by the protesters with their weapons, which means they did not agree to putting them down.
Ndibona ke nabaqhankqalazi xa besihla benyuke phethe izixhobo zabo into ebonisa into yoba zange bavuma ukubeka phantsi izixhobo zabo.
And what I was also informed was that they then agreed that they would walk them to the mountain.
Into endiyaziyo akho into yoba bavumela into yoba bazabakhapha ukuba bahambe baye phaa endulini.
Then there was some turnaround and police were killed and other members there were killed. That's the high level feedback that I was given.
Kwabakho utshintsho olukhoyo apho ke ngokwathi gqibeleni kwaseleka abantu abathathu kunye namapolisa amabini. Yiyo ke ingxelo endayifumanayo leyo.
Please bear with me, commissioners.
Usafuna unika ithuba ke lokuba aqugule noxa bakhe.
Sorry.
So, just immediately before the movement this way and that, some people even running, your briefing did not say what it is that triggered the movement of the people this way. Just immediately before that commenced, you were not briefed or you were not told about that.
Pamba ke siphithiphithi sabantu sibe khona zange uxelelwe ke into yoba yintoni lekhokhelela kulo mbhadamo wabakhoyo na loo nto leyo zange uyixelelwe.
As I've said, remember, not being on the ground is a very different thing. And I really would again say I would prefer those who are on the ground to talk about those nitty-gritties. I understood, as I've explained to you, what I understood happened on the 13th. It would be, again, remiss of me to try and deal with those granular specifics.
Ndixelele ke into yokuba ke ngoku oyawuba into ingxaki ukuba ndandingekho phaa ngoku ke kuyobe ndenza into engafanelekanga ukuba ndiyazama uphendula ke nto endingekho kuyo. Abantu abafanelekileyo ngabo bebekhona phaya kweso sehlo eso.
And would it be correct to say, I've forgotten what your statement says now, pardon me, General. Would it be correct to say that because he was central to the operation of the 13th, General Mpembe would have been one of the people that briefed you during the evening of the 13th?
Yes.
Uthi ke uyavuma National Commissioner into yokuba uGeneral Mpembe inxeba naye wayekhona kwisehlo sange-13 ngomnye wabo bamnika ingxelo.
General, I am well aware that as at August 2012, you were about 2 months on the job. And that therefore you would not be having the necessary operational experience. Is that a fair comment or statement to make?
Ndiyazi into yoba ngo-August wawusenenyanga ezimbini usenza umsebenzi ngoku ke kwinto ze-operation wawungenamava. Ndithetha ngokufanelekileyo xa ndithetha ngolo hlobo na?
Yes, you are right. I also articulate that very profoundly in my opening statement, in my statement.
Ewe unyanisile ngokuba nakwi-statement sam sokuvula ndichaza ngokubanzi loo nto leyo.
That notwithstanding, is it also a fair comment to say that as the person who heads the South African Police Service, the decision to take certain crucial, or rather the responsibility to take certain crucial decisions would result in you. Would that be a fair comment to make?
Nangona kunjalo kodwa ke into ezawukwenziwa apha ke ngoku kwezamapolisa kuthathwe izigqibo ezibaluleke kakhulu lonto izawuphinda yenzwe kwanguwe injalo lonto leyo?
Yes.
Ewe.
But is it correct that you would not have been suitably qualified to take any crucial decisions regarding operational matters on crowd management in Marikana during the period covered by the terms of reference of this commission? Not so.
Uthi ke bungana ukwazi ke ukuba yento zokulawula kwezihlwele ukwazi into ba ukwazi uthatha isigqibo ngokwelixesha ke ukulikhankanyiweyo ebhekisa kuyo kanye ikhankanywe ile commission.
May you answer ask that question again?
Elophinda ubuze lo mbuzo kakhona.
Do you consider yourself to have been suitably qualified to take crucial decisions on operational matters in the crowd management operation at Marikana during the period covered by the Commission's terms of reference?
Usithatha nje ngomama ofanelekileyo into babune ukwazi uthatha isigqibo kwimiba ye-operation na kulawula kwezihlwele pha eMarikana?
Going to give you my answer in two parts.
Ndiza kunika ke ngokwimpendulo ndiphendule ngandlela mbini.
In my evidence, I have indicated that as per the Constitution, the President appoints a man or a woman to control and manage police.
Ndithe kwintetho yam endiyenzileyo ke kubungqina bam ngokuya kumgaqo-siseko urhulumente nguye ke atyumbe umuntu oyindoda okanye ngumfazi into yoba azawulawula ongamele amapolisa.
And that refers to the ability of that person to strategically manage the organization.
Loo nto ke iyawubheka ixhomeka ingakumbi kwisakhono salo mntu lowo kuba azokwazi ukuba ongamele.
The Police Act continues to indicate that that person should set up divisions, units, and structures that are staffed with people who are very capable and able to deal with those.
Ke ngoku apha umthetho apha ebupoliseni uyatsho nawo into yoba lo mntu funeke abe nesikhono sokwazi ukukhupha amacandelo nendawo ezihlukaneyo istructure ezahlukeneyo.
And it doesn't matter whether it is a CFO, somebody who's a CA to manage our finances, to a person who is the general who handles our technology and systems, or to a general who's responsible for operational response and all those type of things. I strategically manage all those people.
Kodwa ke awukhathaliseki noba lo mntu lowo kuthiwa uyi-CFO nalo general ke ngoku wezobuxhakalala uxhakaxhaka okanye bonke abantu abobonganyelwa ke ngoku ngumuntu ofana nam.
The second part of my answer is to say I could take the decisions that I took because I had very strategic, experienced and knowledgeable operational leaders that were in charge of operations here at Marikana and in charge of operations in SAPS.
Uthi benothatha isigqibo esinjalo ngokuba bendinabo ababo abanolwazi oluphangaleleyo kunye neencushe ababesebenza belapha eMarikana kwaye abesebenza nakwalapha kwiSAPS.
So finally I would say whether it was approving our 63 billion budget or approving particular issues relating to operations, I'm guided by very well experienced people and I take strategic decisions informed, very well informed by them.
Ngoke kuthe ke ngoku nangona besifumene ke ngibudget le 6 billion kodwa ke ndifunda ukuthi into ba abantu ke ngoku baye bandibonisidlela ngabantu abanamava kakhulu.
So based on that I am strategically well positioned to lead the organization.
Xa ndibhekisa kule nto leyo ndithi ke ngoku wendingumuntu ofanelekileyo into yokuba ndikwazi ukuthi eli ziko ndililawule.
General, I was not even there. That is there in the sense of suggesting that you are not strategically positioned to manage the organization. Not at all. I was not in the least suggesting that. My focus was just on one aspect of policing, the taking of crucial decisions on crowd management. That's all that I was focusing on.
Maybe.
And I apologize if you got the impression that I was suggesting that you cannot head the institution. I'm not suggesting that.
Uba ungangiqondisanga kuhle ke general ndicela uxolo ngoba bendingahlaseli kanye ndithi awufanelekanga for ukwenza isikhundla sakho kodwa ke bendithetha ngezigqibo efuneka ezithathwe apho ke ngoku ekulawuleni kwezihlwele into bendithetha ngayo leyo hayi into yokuba wena awufanelekanga kanye umuntu ofanelekileyo into yoba ungakwazi ulawula kanye ungamele kwiziko eli ke lamapolisa.
So from the answer that you have given, must I understand you to be saying that you were well positioned to take crucial decisions even on crowd management matters that related to the period covered by the terms of reference of this commission because you had the support system that you have referred to? Is that your answer?
Impendulo yakho na general ukuthi ewe ngela xesha bunawo lo mandla lokunye ba ungazithatha izigqibo ezibhekiselene nokulawuleni kwezihlwele xa sijonga kwixesha ke ngoku la le commission uthi ngokuba babekhona abo banamava babe nawo bekunceda into ithethayo leyo.
I'm saying yes because the tactical and technical leadership of operations, the people who are doing that were there, and I could take informed decision because I had the capacity, the hands and the feet to be able to do so.
Impendulo yami ke undithi ewe ngokuba ndani nengokheli apho ke ngoku ezizingcushe ingcaphephe ezo kwaye babe nje ngenyawo kunye nezandla zami kwaye ke ngesizathu esindanikwazi ukuba ndikwazi uthatha izigqibo ezilolo hlobo.
In your response before this last one, you said that you were in a position to take the decisions that you took. So you were actually referring to decisions that you took and not so much the question of you being suited or not being suited to take decisions. What I would like you to tell the Commission is what decisions are you referring to? Just to be sure, you said you had people in Marikana, and it was in that context that you said, and you took decisions. It was in the context of what was happening in Marikana. So what decisions did you take in relation to what was happening in Marikana?
Ngenxa uthi National Commissioner una wabantu babe phaya eMarikana banamava wakwazi into yoba uzokwazi uthatha izigqibo ngoko ufuna uqonda usenior counsel uba zeziphi ezo zigqibo ezo owazithathayo.
Remember, I was responding to your question about decisions. You were talking about decisions in a generic perspective, and I was responding to tell you about my role, how I take decisions, who I work with, and what is happening. And the decisions, I didn't mention decisions before you mentioned it. You mentioned it, and I was responding on the basis of that. So I wasn't talking of any particular decision.
Xa ndithetha ngesigqibo ke ngithetha njalo ngoba nguwo oqale ukuza neli gama andithi ke ukhona ke izigqibo zithile ndazithathayo kodwa ke bendiphendula lo mbuzo obundibuza wona.
Let me be direct then. Did you take any decisions in respect of the crowd management issues in Marikana, starting from the time the protests commenced in Marikana?
Mandibuze lo mbuzo ke ukususela ngela xesha kwakuqala ngayo uqhankqalazo zikhona ngela thuba izigqibo wathi wazithatha na?
Yes, there are.
Ewe zikhona.
Can you tell us what those are?
Ungasixelela ba ngeziphi ezo zigqibo na?
I think what I can remember, the issue of capacity. I had to talk to the other leaders in SAPS to say, release whatever capacity is required to assist the people in Marikana. That's a decision.
Xa sithetha ke ngokungesakhono ndatsho ke ngoba makubekho isakhono esifanelekileyo okanye abantu abafanelekileyo kuba bathunyelwe phaa iMarikana sisigqibo ke neso.
Any other?
Sikhona esinye esingesinye?
A decision to look at documents that we're producing, for instance, the internal communication that we sent, the statement that I gave to the public. Those are
Sinye ke
part of
ngoku
decisions.
amaxwebhu esithetha ngawo nothetho lisenzeka ngaphakathi nentetho endathi mna ndayenza zizo ke ezinye izigqibo.
Any other?
Zikhona ezinye?
Resource mobilization, funds-wise, to ensure that the people are receiving resources to be able to operate here, because, it's not Marikana police that was doing that, it was a special joint.
Ngenxa yokuba ingasiwo ngamapolisa eMarikana qha esebenza kodwa ayisuka kwiindawo ezahlukeneyo ndasibona uba into ezifunekayo zikhona kwakunye ke ngoku nenkxaso ngokwasezimalini.
To avoid me saying any other, can you just give us the comprehensive list of all the decisions you took, besides those you've already mentioned?
I gave you examples because really I think I would need to go sit down and actually start saying, when we say decisions, what else did I do, what else did I do? But ordinarily, all strategic decisions that I'm supposed to do, where it requires my decision making, I would do similar such a
leyo ukuba ufuneke unditsho nezinye iyawufuna into yoba ndihlale phantsi ndicinge kodwa kumzekelo yezi bendisendizichazile kodwa zonke izigqibo bezifuna ukuba zithathwe ngumntu njengam ndaye ndazithatha.
Is it correct, and I'm basing this on my understanding, just tell me if it's not correct or if you do not know, is it correct that the experience or expertise of General Mbombo, the provincial commissioner, is in finance management?
Yinyani na into kuba General Mbombo unamava apha ekulawuleni ke izimali
or financial management?
General Mbombo is the provincial commissioner of Northwest.
General Mbombo ke ngoku yi-commissioner yephondo eli kuthiwa ngumntla ntshona.
Like me, she's a strategic general leader of a province such as Northwest.
Njengam ke naye yinkokheli kodwa yena ukhokhela eliphondo eli lomntla ntshona.
What you see in a national commissioner and what you see in a provincial commissioner, it's a microcosm of the macro roles that I play.
Uthi indima ye-national commissioner kanye ne-commissioner lephondo ziyafana.
And she is a strategic leader of this province.
Yena ke uyinkokheli yeliphondo.
And in spite of her being a police person, you need to have general management skills in addition to any other skills that you may be having. So that's the role she plays here. Even the powers that she has are related to that.
Ngoku kufuneka njengepolisa naye elipolisa abe nawo amava okanye ubuchule apha ke ngoku ekulawuleni kwaye unalo igunya namandla alolo hlobo.
But is it so that within SAPS what she has done the most, or what she has expertise or experience in, by and large, is in financial management? Is that so?
Inyani na into kuba ke ngoku apha SAPS amava nawo alapha ke ngoku ekulawuleni izimali.
By that I'm by no means detracting from the other attributes that you have explained or described.
What I know is that General Mbombo is a police.
Into endiyaziyo ke mna uba General Mbombo lipolisa.
And she's a general manager.
Kwaye ke ngoku yi-general manager.
Do you know her to have any expertise? I'm not asking about the support system that she may have in this regard. Do you know her to have any expertise in crowd management?
umazi engumama onamava apha ke kulawuleni izihlwele.
I said she's a police.
Ndithe lipolisa.
General, there is a public order policing where I assume expertise in public or crowd management resorts. And I take that to mean that it is not each and every police person who has expertise in crowd management. Now my question is, do you know General Mbombo to have any expertise in crowd management?
Sithatha ke ngePop ubuchule kanye amava ku Pop ngoku ke ekulawuleni apha izihlwele umazi na anamava na uGeneral Mbombo na.
Maybe let me not do an injustice to her. Perhaps what we should call for is for her CV and also for her to talk about her own experience.
Mandingezi ngongafanelekanga pha kuya ndicimba into ofuna ukufuna iCV yakhe naye azothetha ngamava akhe.
I think the question is directed to what you know. Whether you know whether she has that expertise. I understand if we are going to investigate the question whether as a fact she has such expertise, we'd have to do the kinds of things you suggest. And I don't know whether that's going to be necessary. But what Mr. Madlanga wants to know, as I understand his question, is whether, to your knowledge, General Mbombo has that expertise in crowd management.
Ngaphandle kwezinto ozithethileyo kodwa into ebuzwayo ku National Commissioner into ba ngendlela into ayaziyo na umazi na enamava apha ekulawuleni izihlwele uGeneral Mbombo.
Judge, I thought by saying she's a police and saying she is a general manager of this place, she would have some knowledge around public order policing, but to what extent, to what depth, I'm inarticulate in that. I would need her to be able to tell you of her various, professional experiences that, but as a general manager and being a police, she would have some knowledge on that. That's how far I can go.
Into endithetha into yokuba ke ngolipolisa kwaye uyi-general manager kodwa ufikela lapho kanye lonto uyazi kangakanani na ndicimba nguye funeke azi apha azoyiphendula leyo.
From what you are saying, must I infer that you as General Phiyega do not know whether General Mbombo has expertise, and I'm not talking about some knowledge or any knowledge, expertise in crowd management? You do not know.
Uthi awuyazi into kuba lo mama uGeneral Mbombo unamava na awuyazi lonto.
I would not want to answer this question in a straight-jacketed fashion. I said she is a police. She has led this environment as a general manager. And for the years that she's had in leadership, I'm sure there is something that she can tell about expertise or whatever. I'm the wrong judge.
Why can't you answer the question, General? I'm not asking. I am the chairman. Explained to you that I'm asking you about your knowledge. Why do you keep referring to something else? Why can you not answer that question? It's a simple question.
I
know that you're an SC. Let me make an example. But I don't know whether you know notaries and all those type of things. But I know you know the law. And that's where I'm coming from. And I don't want to really make it difficult for you, but I cannot, you're asking for specificity. I can't give that.
You are making it difficult for yourself, General.
No, I'm not.
Because if I'm asking you, do you know whether I have any expertise in the things that you refer to, notaries and so on? And because you say you do not know, the short and simple answer is for you to say you do not know. What's difficult with that?
Uthi awuyazi ngoku nam ubuchule okanye amavendi nawo apha kwezinto ezibizwa izonotary ufune kutsho ke into ba awuyazi uphendule awuyazi lonto le uphendule ngolo hlobo.
But I do know that you're a lawyer.
Kodwa ke ndiyayazi into ba uliqwetha.
National Commissioner, can I ask a question? Essentially the same question Mr. Madlanga asking you, but from a slightly different angle. Would it be correct if I were to say that I get the impression that you don't actually yourself know what expertise, if any, General Mbombo has in the field of crowd management, but you assume, based on the fact that she's been a member of the police service for a number of years, and the fact that she's a general manager, you assume that she has got some expertise in the field. Would that be a fair summary of what you're saying?
Yes, Judge.
Uthi ngokufutshane ke into akayazi amava angakanani anawo kodwa ke uyaqonda kodwa ukunalo ufifi okanye ulwazi analo ngokulawula Israel.
Do you know, again emphasis on your own knowledge, do you know if General Mpembe has any expertise in crowd management?
Unolwazi lokuba uGeneral Mpembe unamava ekulawuleni Israel.
General Mpembe being the police officer who was the sea jock during the operations.
Lo elipolisa ke uGeneral Mpembe lali sea jock ngelixesha kwakusenzwa ke le operation.
My answer is going to be consistent with the last one so that I don't waste your time.
Wenze ningachithi ixesha impela wami izawufana nale ndigqiba ukunika yona.
Just remind me again.
Awukunikhumbuze kwakhona.
Was I suggested?
The answer that I suggested to her was my understanding of what she was saying, namely that she assumed that General Mbombo had some expertise in the field of crowd management, based upon the fact that she'd been a member of the police service for a number of years, and she was the general manager in charge of the Northwestern Province. She said yes. That was the basis of the assumption which she made. Well, she said yes, but that amounted to an acknowledgement that she made the assumption, and that was the basis of the assumption. And what she's now telling you is that the same answer applies in the case of General Mpembe. I think that's correct. If I'm wrong, she'll correct me.
Ngamava akhe njengoba uneminyaka ebesenza umsebenzi wokupolisa uGeneral Mbombo kwaye uGeneral Manager ya yeliphondo umntla-ntshona ngoku impilo yakhe bengu ewe nalapha ke ngoku kuGeneral Mpembe usaphendula kwangolo hlobo.
Did the South African Police Service ever consider what it is that went wrong, if they are of the view that anything went wrong at all, what it is that went wrong that resulted in the death of 44 people at Marikana? Did SAPS ever sit down to consider that, besides sitting down to prepare for the commission, which I understand what was done at Potchefstroom was about? Did SAPS ever sit down and say, now as SAPS, let us consider what is it exactly that went wrong that resulted in the death of 44 people at Marikana?
Abase SAPS ke babeke bahlala phansi na badibana bazama ukucingisisa kanye ukujongisisa into bana wabapha undonakele kanye intoni le yakhokelela ekubeni abantu abayi44 basweleke na.
To the best of my understanding, this commission is going to assist us to synthesize a diversity of inputs and to assist us going forward as SAPS to understand what might have gone wrong. There are bits and pieces of issues probably, but we are hoping that the synthesis that comes out of here would inform all of us in terms of what went wrong.
Ndicimba ke ngoku leyo yilonto silapha kule commission into ba lonto izophonononga kakuhle kwaye ekugqibeleni kuzokubona into bana wabapha undonakele.
In paragraph 30 of your statement, I hope I have the correct number because I was quite confused by the changes or the metamorphosis that your statement went through. Paragraph 30, which starts having learnt about, is yours also paragraph 30?
Yes.
Where?
In that sentence, you speak in the passive, saying that members were invited to Potchefstroom. Who is it that invited them?
Apha ke ngoxa uthi kubeni bawuvile bayiseyibhengeziwe i-commission kurhulumente amalungu amenywa into baba aye Potchefstroom amenywa ngobani ke ngokuba aye apho.
Potchefstroom is in the northwest, so I would presume the provincial commissioner of Northwest would have convened that meeting because this operation was taking place in the province.
Ngenxa yokuba lento ke ukuye iPotchefstroom indawo le ilapha eMntla-Ntshona ndiyawuthi thatha ngokuba yena ke ngumkomishina wephondo nguye owayichophele lo ndibano kanye lo ntlanganiso leyo.
And did I understand you to say that you visited Potchefstroom to check on progress once?
Ndikuveka kuhle nayo into yoba ukwe watyelela phaa ePotchefstroom uyowujonga inkqubela phambili.
Correct.
Inyani.
Now I want to take you to the National Development Plan. I'm sure you are aware of that. Wasn't a copy handed over there?
It must be because some of the districts. Let me check. With some loose papers.
It's part of the documents that were distributed electronically a day or two ago, colleagues.
It's for us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
I think to be fair to the witness, you should be given a hard copy as well.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sufuna ke le eliqobo kuthiwa i-National Development Plan.
May the commissioners bear with me, I've lost my copy.
I want this to be marked as an exhibit. I take it you do.
No, I want mine. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Triple F13?
That's correct, Chief.
I'm being offered a copy, but I prefer mine, Mr. Chairman.
I can't help you. Okay. Exactly is this document, Mr. Mlanga? Can you tell us?
Mr. Chairman,
it appears to be Chapter 12 of some publication.
Yes, it's Chapter 12 of the National Development Plan, which I understand to be a document that was put together by the National Planning Commission.
Is this National Planning Commission, of which the chairperson was Mr. Manuel,
headed by Mr.
and the deputy chairperson was Mr. Ramaphosa?
Yes.
Kuthiwa ke liqwebu lenziwa kanye lashicelela ke yile National Planning Commission elalikhokelwa ngusina Councillor Semenya,
and which I understand was given to the President on 15 August 2012, Mr. Chairman.
Ndikholwa into yoba lanikwa urhulumente ke ngomhla wa-15 August 2012.
I'm going to read certain parts of this chapter. This chapter deals with the South African Police Service General.
Ndiyawufunda ke kwiindawo ezithile kweso sahluko sithetha nge-South African Police Service.
I will read from page 387.
Ndiyawufunda ke ngokwiphepha u-387.
In the second column, right at the top, the page, the 387 does not appear, but you can look at page 386 does appear, then you just go to the next page.
uvelile ubhali u386 ke xa utyhila uyawubona iphepha elandelayo ngo-387.
Are you there?
Ujongile?
I hope we're on the right place. Once you read, we'll tell you.
National Commissioner, if you look at 386 is the one that's got a helmet on it. Not a helmet, rather a police cap. And the following page is the page that begins Vision 2030.
Then I am there.
And that's the page to which Council is referring.
Yes. And I'm taking you will see there are two columns there, National Commissioner. I'm taking you to the column on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Right at the top, second line. The following appears. The remilitarization of the police in recent years has not garnered greater community respect for police officers, nor has it secured higher conviction rates. Certainly, a paramilitary police force does not augur well for a modern democracy and a capable developmental state. The Commission believes that the police should be demilitarized. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Uthi ke ngoku ukwenzwa ke ngokomkhosi kwamapolisa kwiminyaka egqithileyo embalwa khange iyenze into kuba abahlali babahlonipha amapolisa kwaye khange yenze into kuba kubekho izinga eliphezulu lokugwetha. Uthi ke ngoku ayilungelanga ixesha lempucuko langoku le democracy kwaye ayinasakhono sokuphuhlisa.
Then let us move to page 392.
Masiye kuphepha u392
where a discussion on demilitarizing the police force commences. And that is on the column on the left-hand side.
Masiye apha ngokubhalwe khonapho amapolisa uba engenziwa umkhosi.
You are there, Commissioner?
Ujongile, Commissioner?
Yes.
Ewe.
I will read again. Civilianizing a highly militarized and politicized police force was a transformation objective after the 1994 elections. It was considered necessary to professionalize the police, establish a rapport with communities, develop confidence and trust in the police, and promote positive community police relations. The goal was to transform the police from a paramilitary force to a police service, and you see they emphasize service, that meets all the criteria of a civilian professional entity. Demilitarization required changes in police insignia, military ranks, and force orders to create a civil police service as the first phase of community policing. The second phase consisted of changing policing methodologies from a krach dadige. My Afrikaans is not all that good, but I think that's misspelled, Mr. Chairman. Should it not be krach?
It should be krach dadige. There's a G missing after the the first A.
Yes, from a krach dadige, and krach dadige being in quotation marks, style to one which placed the community at the center of policing through community policing. You see that?
Uyabona pho ke ngoku into kuba emva konyulo 1994 kwa kufunwa ke ngoku uhlobo lopolisa wabuguqukile okuhlukile elalizothisa utshintsho kwabonakala ufumanisa into bana kwenzwe amapolisa bezincutshe ekwazi nothethathethana kunye nabahlali kubekho ukuthembana phakathi kwamapolisa kwaye kubekho ubudlelwane. Injongo ke yayikuba bakhutshwa apha emkhosini kodwa ibe ngamapolisa enza inkonzo kwaye ke ngoku babonise ubuncutshe kuthi ke ukuba ukhutshwa kwabo apha emkhosini ke bobutshintsha into kuba baphuma apha emkhosini na kwimiyolelo leyo kwaye ku into yesibini ke ukutshintsha ke ngoku lento ayibiza ikrachdadige istyle eso sabo iziseke ngoku apha amapolisa ebantwini into ba umnqa kanye into abafune bajonge kuyo kakhulu yayikukuba benze ubupolisa umsebenzi wabo ekuhlaleni kanye kubahlali.
Let's skip again and go across to the opposite column, same page. If you look from the top of the page, go to where the paragraph starting at the top of the page, or rather it starts from the previous column. But if you start from the top, go right to the end of the paragraph. End of that paragraph, count 3 lines upwards. You will see a line that reads police responsiveness. Do you see that? I read again. Police responsiveness to community needs should always be at the heart of policing outcomes. That is the main difference between a police force and a police service.
Kutwa umahluko phakathi ke ngoku mapolisa ke ngoku eza nenkonzo naba bangumkhosi ukuba ke ngoku indlela abaphendula ngayo kwi kanye amanyathelo abawathathayo ke ngoku apha ekuhlaleni kufuneke bathe kwenzeni lonto leyo bejonge iziphumo.
From 2000, however, the police service gradually started resembling a paramilitary force. This process was formalized with the reintroduction of military ranks in 2010. It took place against the backdrop of increasing violent crime, high levels of community frustration and fear, and a perception that the old military police ranks would command greater respect for communities. However, these arguments are inconsistent with the police's mandate in a modern democracy. They also neglect the challenges of developing greater competence and skills in the police to respond to growing complexity and changing patterns of crime. The police will earn public respect if they are efficient and effective and display a professional approach to combating crime. You see that?
Uyayibona le ukuthi kusukela ngonyaka wa-2000 amapolisa ke ngoku aqala azibonisa ke ngoku engumbutho okanye umkhosi uthi ke lonto yenziwa usisikweni ngomnyaka ka-2010 apho kwaye kwatshintshwa izikhundla zawo amapolisa uthi ke nangona ke yenzeka lonto izinga lolwaphulo mthetho luphezulu abantu benalo noloyiko bejonga into yokuba lo mkhosi wakudala ke wepolisa buzoveza ke kubekho apha ekuhlaleni imbeko okanye intlonelo uthi ke ngoku ezinto zonke zihambisana nedemocracy yangoku kodwa ke azijongi imicelimngeni nesakhono samapolisa ekwenzeni into yokuba benze utshintsho kuhlobo lolwaphulo mthetho.
Let us go to the next page, page 393, and start on the second paragraph there, the one starting the most obvious. Do you see that? There, the commissioners quote from R. Balko or Belko, it's B-A-L-K-O, overkill, the rise of paramilitary police raids in America, a 2006 publication. And this is the quotation. The most obvious problem with the militarization of civilian policing is that the military and the police force have two distinctly different tasks. The military's job is to seek out, overpower, and destroy an enemy. Though soldiers attempt to avoid them, collateral casualties are accepted as inevitable. Police, on the other hand, are charged with, open quote within a quote, keeping the peace, close that quote, or, open quote again, to protect and serve, close quote. Their job is to protect the rights of the individuals who live in the communities they serve, not to annihilate the enemy, end of the Balko quote.
Umahluko phakathi ke ngoku komkhosi kunye namapolisa into yokuba umkhosi wona uyakhangela uze uyise uchabalalise uchaba amajoni ke nangona ezama ukuba abaphephe kodwa ke ziba khona ingxwelerha ezikhoyo lonto iyamkeleka ngento engenakwazi ukuba ithintelo kodwa amapolisa kwelinye icala bona kufuneke bagcine ucwangco kwaye bakhusele bazisa inkonzo umsebenzi wabo ukukhusela amalungelo abantu abahlala ekuhlaleni hayi ukuba babachabalalise njengotshaba.
Continuing on that same column, but beginning from the last paragraph on that page in that column, police discipline is based on command and control, whereas discipline in a modern, and they emphasize modern, police organization is based on self-discipline and leadership. The South African Police Service has been under strain as a result of serial management crises over the past few years, coupled with organizational rank changes to military ranks without any or further training in judgment, discretion, and professional conduct. These crises have had a detrimental effect on police culture and subcultures. The recent case where members from a police unit in Cato Manor were charged for allegedly executing suspects could be cited as an extreme example of a police subculture that developed out of a lack of professionalism and a perceived impunity. The Commission, therefore, recommends that the South African police force be demilitarized. This is a short-term objective which should happen in the immediate term. Furthermore, the organizational culture and subcultures of the police should be reviewed to assess the effects of militarization, demilitarization, remilitarization, and the serial crises of top management. And I end there.
Uyatsho into ba ke ngoku ulwaluleko apha emapoliseni ke lujongise kakhulu kumyalelo kunye nasekulawula nangona ke uxhathela ngolwaluleko ke ngoku kumapolisa ngoku loo nto ijongise kakhulu ekuziphatheni nebunkokheli. Amapolisa eMzantsi Afrika bangaphantsi kocinzelelo kodwa ke ngenxa yezinto ezimbi eziye zenzeka kumnyaka embalwa edlulileyo uthi ke ngoku kwakhona nokutshintsha kwezikhundla uthi kungekho uqeqesho oluthile olufunyenweyo kwaye nendlela yokuziphatha ngendlela efanelekileyo loo nto yayamnefuthe elingamkeleka engalunganga ke kwisithethe samapolisa necase ke ezingaphambili apho kwicala lamapolisa kwikhathomeno zazi apho aye amangalelwa ngokuthi bahlasele inantsika abantu ababanjiweyo bingabona yeyona mntu ngumzekelo ombi lowo kule ndlela yesithethe abasebenzisayo. Ngoko ke le commission ke ngoku isandululo sokuba iinkonzo zobupolisa zingenziwi umkhosi kodwa ke lento ke into yenziwa ngokwexeshana kwaye kufuneka kenzeke ngokukhawuleza into ibhaliweyo ke ngoku leyo.
Before today, General, were you aware of these findings and recommendations by the National Development Commission in this National Development Plan? National Planning Commission, my apologies. National Planning Commission.
Wazibona ke izindululo zenziwe apha ke ngoku i-National Planning Commission ngaphambili.
I'm aware of the recommendations of the National Planning Commission.
Ndiyazazi ke izindululo ezenziwe i-National Planning Commission.
Do you agree with them?
Uvumelana nazo izinto ezibhalwe apha?
You read a very long paper and I would like to also respond in a longish way.
Ufundeke ngoku into ende apha kweli phepha nami ke indlela endizawuthi ndiphendule ngayo ngendlela ende impendulo ende.
Let me start off by saying the National Planning Development Plan is the aspirational plan of the country on various sectors.
Uthi ke ngoku le national yilena bekuzawusetyenziswa kwi-sector ezahlukeneyo for i-country setyenziswa ngolo hlobo le-National Planning Commission.
I understand it to be setting a vision for the country.
Ndibona uba into ingathi iveza umbono welizwe.
And it starts from a number of philosophical points of departure.
Itsho ke isho xa imibe emininzi nento ekusukwa kuzo.
You also, as you were reading, alluded to concepts such as perceptions.
Uye wathi ekufundeni wachaphazela nezinto ezifana nendlela yokubona into.
And I can also say that being an aspiration that is looking at a 2030 vision.
jithi ke ngenxa yoba into umbono okanye into esawuthetha ngento ezakwenzeka ngombono wakwa into ebona yaka 2030.
It is a plan that looks at various sectors, whether it's education, whether it's us, whether it's health, to start saying, if we want to be a country that we aspire to be, how do we navigate towards that?
Ndibona ke ngoku lento ichaphazela amaziko amaninzi njengeziko lezemfundo kunye nezempilo itsho into yoba xa sifuna ke ngokuba sikwazi ukuphila okanye siphumelele nantsi indlela kufuneka sihambe ngayo.
I also read from what you were reading and my reading of the NDP outside this process that it also presupposes that this is not going to be an event but a process.
Ayitsho nokuba into ke izawuba into ezakwenzeka ngokodwa ke into ezawuthi ithathe ixesha.
It also recognizes the genesis of the journey and the destiny we're working towards.
Iyathetha ke ngesiqalo sehambulu nendawo esawuthi siphelele kuyo.
And the issues that you are raising really are part of that process, are part of that journey, are part of the history, are part of where we are going.
Ezinto ke uthe wazikhankanya nawe yinxalenye yale ndawo siya kuyo okanye lento yenziwayo.
And I would also say, if I just look at where we come from and refer to some of what I said in my statement, to say, if I just look at maybe one example that one can pick up, to say, if you look at the issue of our public order policing, in the past 3 years, we've handled 33,000 of those.
Xa sijonge ngokungaphambili kwiminyaka emithathu edlulileyo apha ke ngoku pop siye sasebenza neemeko ezinandawo zingi 33,000.
And of those 33,000, 31,000 or so were very peaceful, were well handled without incident, and that shows that the police continues to grow, to develop, and to try and do their work in a manner that shows that their experience has carried them in a number of areas.
Kwaye kulo 33,000 ezi 31,000 yayiz kulapho kwakukho ucwangco kungekho zehlo ziye zachazwa kubonisa into abamapolisa eqhubekeka ke ngokukhula na ngamava.
Whilst I'm still talking about the peaceful ones, it also shows that the community and the people that were protesting were also being responsible. They understood their rights to say we have a right to protest, and we are able to do it without a manner that is adversarial. We can express our rights, and police support us in doing so.
Nendlela ke ngoku apho kwakho ke ngoku ezonto zenziwa ngocwangco kwabonisa into yoba nabo bethatha inxaxheba kwelo qhankqalazo babe ngabantu abonisa inkathalo kwaye besazi amalungelo abo kwaye befumana nenkxaso yamapolisa.
And there are others where we would say about maybe 2,000 plus of those were maybe having unrest.
Singathi zikhona ke ezingamawaka amabini kanye ngaphezulu apho kwakho khona ke ngoku umbhodamo.
Where there could have been damage to property and all those.
Kwakhungquzulwana apho kwaphela kubakho umonakalo kwadala umonakalo kwempahla nezinye ke into ezingezinye.
Even those we tried as police to manage in a professional manner.
Kodwa nazo sazama ikuthezo sizilawule ngendlela yobuchule.
And I think this is why in my statement I talk about an unprecedented event.
Yilonto ke nokustatement sam ndithetha ngesehlo esingazange sike senzeke.
And it is our aspiration as police also to continuously improve ourselves.
Into esijonge kuyo nathi ke njengamapolisi ndoba siqhubekeke ngokuziphucula.
And that holds for all the sectors that the NDP is talking about.
Kwaye lonto ke ngoku ibhekisa nokuzo zonke amanye amaziko iNDP ethetha ngawo.
And what you've been reading, I hear aspiration and a journey, and where we are positioning a destiny for this particular sector, and there are other issues that are being aspirational in many other sectors. So I understand, and I think it's a journey that we all will try and travel.
Njengoba nisitsho ke into yokuba le nto ke ngokuthiwa luhambo efuneka sonke siluhambe koliziko njengoba kukhankanywa nenye imiba luhambo ke esizaluhamba eli.
General, let us again look at page 393. column on the right-hand side. There's a sentence that starts from the previous column, which says, charged for allegedly executing. Let's skip that portion of the paragraph and go to the very next paragraph. The commission therefore recommends. Do you see that?
Yes.
Commission yenza isindululo khona.
I will read that part again. I understand what you say about certain aspirational matters and so on and so on. That may well be so in respect of certain matters, perhaps even certain matters insofar as SAPS is concerned. But what I'm going to read seems to suggest something else about the demilitarization of the South African Police Service. I will proceed to read it again. The Commission therefore recommends that the South African Police Force be demilitarized. This is, and I emphasize, a short-term objective which should happen in the immediate term. So that does not appear to be something that must happen somewhere way into the future.
Asibona ke ngisindululo lesibhalwe apha se commission into yokuba ke ngoku abasemapoliseni South African Police Service iforce le kufuneke bangenziwa mkhosi uthi ke ngoku into injongo kanye into yexeshana le kwaye ekufuneka yenziwe ngokukhawuleza ukudibene nonqama ayibonakala ingathi into ekuthiwa kufuneke yenzeke emva kwexesha elithile.
By, for example, the 2030 that you referred to.
Umzekelo le 2030 ke buke wathetha ngayi.
The recommendation seems to emphasize immediacy.
Esindululo endlela sibona ngayo ingathi thetha ngento efuneke yenzeke ngokukhawuleza.
I will go back to my question. Do you agree with that recommendation?
Ndizawuphinda ndibuyele kumbuzo wami ke esindululo senziwe apha uyavumelana naso na?
I think you're asking me a binding and difficult question because I note the recommendation and I've said it's a journey and we as SAPS, like all the other sectors, we are engaging the NDP and looking at how we can embrace the recommendations that we have been given.
Fred, you haven't answered the question, National Commissioner. The question was, do you agree with that recommendation?
Umbuzo ndoba isindulo senziwe apha ke commission uyavumelana naso na?
Judge, I am saying we have noted the recommendations.
Into endichoyo ke Judge ndoba
but that's not the answer to the question. Do you agree with that recommendation? I'm sorry to press you on the point, but it's a direct question that Mr. Madlanga asked you, and I think he's entitled to a direct answer.
Ndicela ke ngoku ndisabuza ke uphendlo umbuzo wakhe intoba uyavumelana naso na esi sandululo senziwe apha na?
The recommendation, Judge, and I will again try to explain myself. The starting point of militarization, for me, is a point of discussion. And therefore, it would be difficult for me to say I agree without dealing with that.
Xa ndithetha ngesandulo ke ngoku sithetha ke ngalomba wokuba basuswe emkhosini ise into ekufuneka ibe into meko kanye into yengxoxo leyo ngoku kuyabanzima ukuthi oba mandizoyiphendula ngaloo ndlela oyifuna ngayo. Ndivumelana nanto leyo.
General, I don't understand.
No, I'm sorry. I can understand you may say you don't agree with it, or you don't agree with it entirely, and you're entitled then to motivate your answer. But the question has not yet been answered.
Okay. Maybe let me go to that military. Are we saying militarization because of the rank? Because of what? And that's the discussion that we are having as SAPS. And that is the discussion that makes it difficult for me to say, I agree, I don't agree. I think with certain reservations, with certain discussions, we will embrace the recommendations. It's a recommendation, and we must embrace it. And we must find a way of working around it.
Ikwayinto efuneke ngoku ishukuxwe kwaye sifumana indlela intoba singakwazi ukuthi sisebenze njani ngesisandululo.
Does that mean the South African Police Service is still studying the recommendation?
Lo ndithetha into yoba ke ngokwesisandulo into i-South African Police Service esayifundayo na.
We are in the process of looking at the plan to look at how we implement, because we have a responsibility to look at the recommendation and plan how we are going to implement within the context of our work.
Sisajonga ke ngoku esisandulo sijonga nesicwangciso esingasenza noba singakwazi usebenzisa njani eso sicwangciso kumsebenzi esikwazi esiwenzayo.
Do you have a committee that is looking at this recommendation? Committee within SAPS?
Pha eSAPS ke ndinekomiti eqwalasela kakhulu esisandululo.
We're actually having a work session in our May National Management Forum to look at this, and all the provinces have received letters from me to say, look at the NDP, start telling us what you are thinking of. We are having a session to discuss this in our May meeting.
Kwintlanganiso ezikule ke ikhona session apho sishukuxe umba onjengoba ndabathumela incwadi nakumaphondo ndabaxelela into yoba banxelele into yobana bacinga ntoni ngalento ye-NDP bona.
When did you write those letters?
Ezo ncwadi ke ngokwezo letter uye wazibhala nini?
I distributed them last week.
Ndaye ndazithumela kule veki phelileyo.
Would you be kind enough to furnish the commission with a copy?
Absolutely. I can get them to fix it today.
Xa kubuza into bangakwazi unika le commission ikopi uthi ke angayenza loo nto namhlanje acela uba bayimthumele ngefax.
Prior to writing that letter, what steps had you taken?
We've had our top 1,500 meeting at the beginning of this year, where we had everybody from all leaders of SAPS, which includes the station commanders, the cluster commanders, the provincial deputy provincial commissioners, the provincial commissioners, and all my entire executive, because we were talking about our journey going forward. What does it mean for us to lead SAPS, and what are the things we should be looking into? One of the key issues that we started debating and discussing was the NDP.
Lonto ke ndayiqala amanyathelo ndawathatha kwintlanganiso sibambe ekuqaleni konyaka apho wonke umuntu owayekhona sasithetha ke ngoku ngoluhambo lwethu osiseza uluhamba kulapho ngundasho xa khona nalomba we-NDP.
Because the recommendation says that the demilitarization must take place immediately, by when do you think that the process you are referring to is going to come to an end?
No, the Chair, the recommendation is that it must be implemented in the immediate term, not immediately.
Difference between in the immediate term and immediately? I think he can ask a question.
Ubuza umahluko ke ngoku phakathi kwinto ezakwenzeka ngokukhawuleza kwangoku okanye into ezakwenzeka kule term esikuyo.
My answering you is not going to get us to a common point. I can use a number of things. And I can say if you take 30 years and say I take 4 quarters out of 30 years, it may say maybe in the next 5 years, maybe in the next 10 years. So I think it's important for us to be given the space to look at that. We understand the medium to short term. We haven't as yet contextualized what medium to short term means.
Asikayichazi ke ngoku
Short to medium term, I'm sorry.
Le term emfutshane esithetha ngayo ba ngeyiphi mhlawumbe into engenzeka mhlawumbe emva kweminyaka eshumi okanye ixesha elithile mhlawumbe ise into ofuna sihlale phansi ke siyishukuxe into yobana eli xesha ke ngokuthiwa i-short term sithetha ixesha elingakanani na.
I assume that you take the recommendation in the plan seriously. Is that a correct assumption?
Uyithatha ke njengento enondileko esisandulo eso injalo lonto?
You are very right.
Now, bearing that in mind and bearing in mind the fact that the plan refers to the immediate term, what I referred to as immediacy, I'm asking the question again, do you have an end point by which you would like to see the process that you have engaged in to have come to an end?
Ikhona ixesha elibekileyo apho le nto nisayenzayo nifuna into ba ifikelele egqibeleni na.
I have indicated that already in January we started engaging this. I've also indicated that we're having a workshop in May to look at this. I'm not able to answer you in specific terms, but even the letter that you will see, that you want to see, that I'll share with you this afternoon, will tell you that we're an organization at work. We're an organization that is embracing the recommendations that have been put before us. To answer you anyhow would be really not doing justice to the process. Maybe if this commission is still on after May, I can share some of the specifics that you're asking for.
Into yenzekayo ke ngoku into kubanye bentsho bangoJanuary bese siqale kube khona workshop njeba nango sawudibana ngakhona nango May ngokana kwazi unika impendulo ndikuphendule ngqo kulombuzo lawo kodwa ezinye zawuchazwa ilo letter le kodwa ke ndithi kuyo ke thina ke into esiyenzayo esisandulo into esishukuxayo.
I may be paraphrasing, but you referred to yourself as a strategic manager.
Uye wathi wena ke ungumlawuli kanye umanager lo osebenza ngobuchule.
Yes,
so
I have.
Must I understand your answer to be that despite that attribute that you have given to yourself, despite that you did not see it fit to have in your own mind an end point by which this process that you have engaged in should reach finality?
Nangona ke ngoku usitsho into yokuba usebenza ulawula ngobuchule uthi akukho xesha ulisikileyo into yokuba le nto ndifuna iphele ngeli xesha lithile.
I think it is incorrect to make that statement. And I am saying to you that this is work in progress. And at some point, I would be able to give our program plan. Perhaps if we weren't doing anything, you could maybe make that type of statement. But I'm saying this is work in progress. I am leading a team that is working on this matter. And the specificity at this point in time, which you are looking for, which is a time point, I understand. That's why even this document is talking about short to medium term. It isn't giving us a point in terms of time to say in 2015. But we understand we must interpret the short to medium term within our planning context, within our way of doing things. And we are going to do that.
You are saying my
Forgive me, National
statement...
Commissioner. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mnaki. Forgive me, National Commissioner. Where do you get this phrase short to medium term from? The second sentence of the paragraph that's been read to you from paragraph 39, from page 393 simply talks about a short-term objective. Where do we find a reference to short to medium? Did you understand it to mean that it was something to be done on a short to medium basis? Or is there something in this report that I've missed which states short to medium?
I see immediate term, but when I use my planning lingo, it would be anything. You have short, you have medium, you have long term. And immediate for me will talk to short to medium term.
In that sentence, it begins by talking about a short-term objective. Now, short-term doesn't mean short to medium term. Short-term means short-term, doesn't it?
Uyachaza ke ngoku uCommissioner into ba ayithethi ngeterm abiza medium term kodwa ayithetha ke ngeterm le imfutshane into ayibonayo lepha ebhaliweyo kuluxwebhu.
And you referred to...
The National Commissioner hasn't answered my question yet.
Awukaphendula umbuzo wakasihlalo.
Judge, perhaps what I can say is that immediate would be interpreted by SAPS in their planning. At this point in time, we haven't as yet done so.
Ke ndingathi ke ngokwegama lithi into yangoku immediate yenzika ngokukhawuleza into ezothi xa becwangcisa bona banike intsingiselo yayo okwangoku ke ayikenzeki loo nto leyo.
I think you forgive me if I say that you haven't quite answered my question. You spoke about short to medium term. And I said to you, where do you find that expression? Surely short term doesn't mean short to medium, it means short. And you haven't answered that yet. So I'll be grateful if you'd answer that.
Perhaps it's my interpretation, and my interpretation and what you express maybe may not be meaning the same thing. I just read immediate to mean, and if I use my planning experience and knowledge is that I would always put my plans to say whatever is immediate would be short, whatever is immediate to medium term would be short to medium, and then I would have the long plan. It's purely an interpretation. It's not what is interpreted here. It's an interpretation of what I use as in my experience of planning.
I understand that answer. Thank you.
Uthi ke indlela endichaza ngayo ke mna kwindlela endiqwangqisa ngayo xa ndithetha ngale term emfutshane yiloo nto ingaphikisa kwi-term le athi imfutshane okanye le ayibiza i-medium term indlela mna endicwangcisa ngayo indlela endithi ndiyibeke ngayo ke mna.
In response to my question, you said that the statement I had made is incorrect. I did not make a statement. I asked you a question, and that question expected a response which would either be you agree or you do not agree with what I said was, as a strategic manager, would you not have seen it necessary to plan such that you want this process that you've started to have come to an end at a predetermined end point? As a strategic manager, did you not see that necessary?
Njenge umlawuli okanye umphathi ke ngoku osebenza ubuchule bungaboni imfuneko into yokuba utsho into yokuba le nkqubo ndifuna into yoba iphele ngexesha elithile na ubeka ixesha elithile ke ngoku libeka phambili into yoba ngeli xesha elithile kufuneka ube yenzekile loo nto leyo.
Maybe I fail to understand where you are taking me with that, because I've tried to explain that the recommendation, the NDP was released last year. And as SAPS were already at work embracing this recommendation. We consider it a very important document of government.
Mhlambi ke unkhani kwazi ukuthi kanye ndikuchazela into yokuba le esisandulo sifumene kulonyaka kupheleyo kwaye njenge SAPS sisebenza ngayo saqhubeka ngoba sisebenza ngaso esisandulo eso.
And this work in progress, as I've explained, already with the top 1,500 leaders of SAPS. I think that has never happened. I called them because I wanted us to discuss the strategic issues.
Le msebenzi ke ndithi uyaqhubekeka kulapho inkokheli ezi 1,500 saye sadibana kwaye into engazange iyenzeke ngaphambili yilona ke kulo miba yobuchule sayishukuxa ke ngoku.
And I've also said that we continue. We're having a big workshop in May to discuss this specific document.
Kwaye ndithilo kwenda saqhubekeka kwaye nangomei sine workshop enkulu apho ke sincokola khona ngoluxwebhu.
I may not be having the end times, but this work in progress is pumping and it's very active.
Noba ndingena lixesha elithile ke endithi lilwe sawuqhuba ngalo kodwa ke le nto ke ndinto esiqhubekeka ngayo leyo.
Let me take you to another document, National Commissioner. I believe that it must be in front of you. It has the title Mambur Shots, Marikana and the Doctrine of Maximum Force by David Bruce. Do you have it there?
I mean, you want this to be an exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr.
That
Chairman.
would be triple F14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Triple F14.
Do you have a copy there, Commissioner?
Yes, we do.
I
will take you to page 26 of that document. Or perhaps let me take you to page 3 first. Do you see there that the author of this document is described in the following terms? David Bruce has been researching and writing about policing, violence, and the criminal justice system since 1996 and is regarded as the country's leading expert on issues relating to police use of force. He has worked for a variety of think tanks and NGOs, including the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation, the Institute for Security Studies, and Corruption Watch.
Kuyachaza ke umbhali walento kuthiwa nguDavid Bruce Law lo besenza uphando ke ukulunzulu ke ebhala ngezopolisa udushe kunye nenkqubo ke ngoku yobulungisa kusukela ngo1996 uthathwa ke ngoyena ke ngoku yona ncushe ihamba phambili kwimiba ibhekiselene kwinkonzo zamapolisa usebenze kwindawo ezininzi ke nefane NGO lonto iquka neCenter ye-Study of Violence ne-Reconciliation ne-Institute for Security ne-Corruption Watch.
Let me take you to page 26.
So before you do that, may I ask you, have you seen this? This is an e-book, I believe. Have you seen this e-book before? Or is this the first time you've seen it?
I saw it yesterday.
Ndiyibonile izolo.
On the table.
Ibekwe etafileni.
Mr. Madlanga, I don't know what questions you're going to ask her, but if you only saw the book on the table yesterday, I take it have you had a chance to read it?
General uyabuza uba uke ufumana ixesha uba ayifunde na. Hayi.
Well, it may be, depending on the questions you're going to ask, that we should give an opportunity to read it, alternatively to read particular passages before you question, because otherwise it wouldn't be fair just to take a sentence and ask her about it. I don't know how you're going to handle this document.
I propose doing something similar to what I did with the National Development Plan, Mr. Chairman.
I see,
which
you're
is
going to read passages
which
to her
is to
and then ask for comment.
Yes,
yes. May I make one comment? It appears that this book, e-book, has got relevance in the context we're busy with. I must say I'm surprised that you hadn't heard about it before. I would have expected you to have had a division in the police that, monitors publications that come out that have a relevance and draws your attention to material passages in them. But is there such a division in the police? Because you haven't got one. I suggest you should start one pretty soon.
Khona uyamangala into yokuba u-National Commission engazange axelele ke ngoluxwebhu ngoba into enento kwenza nale commission akukho candela apha emapoliseni apho basebenza ngento ezilolu hlobo khona kwaye kuba likho lo candelo ingathi kufuneka baqala ukuba babe nalo.
I think, Judge, we have libraries, we have research divisions, but I may not personally have looked at it. There could be others who have.
I wouldn't expect you to do all the research yourself. But anyway, you've answered my question. You have got a research division, so I take it we can accept as a matter of high probability that someone in your research division would have accessed this e-book and read it. But obviously, if that happened, they failed to draw your attention to any passages in it which Mr. Madlanga seems to think may be relevant. Anyway, that'll be done to you now. Yes, Mr. Madlanga, please proceed.
Uzawufunda ke senior counsel ezindawo azawubuza u-National Commissioner ngazo apha koluxwebhu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. National Commissioner, at the foot of the page, you will see an asterisk in the big gap there. Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
When ndiyayibona.
I'm going to start reading from below the asterisk.
Zawufunda ezantsi kwayo.
How widely the term quote maximum force close quote is used in the SAPD is not clear. I assume that to be the Afrikaans version of South African Police Service, Suid-Afrikaanse Polisie Diens. One revealing piece of information are some notes made by a SAPS member distressed by a new, open quote, firearms in law enforcement, close quote, course that he attended early in 2011. The notes make no reference to, open quote, maximum force, close quote. But he says, quote, the trainer kept saying, shooting in the subs has been neglected for many years, and they are finally encouraging people to shoot again. And in relation to the theory section, where members were supposedly instructed in the legal framework that should determine when and whether officers use lethal force or not. He notes that despite being given, open quote, about 1,000 pages to read, close quote. The instructor, open quote, would just mark those pages on which we would be tested and the rest would be ignored, close quote. The police officer says of his course that, open quote, we were given a 2-hour lecture on the use of lethal force, half of which I'm pretty sure was incorrect. For example, the instructor told us that if a member is being assaulted by a big man, they have the right to shoot him dead immediately. Someone asked, but why not use pepper spray? At which the instructor laughed and made a joke about, quote, you've obviously never been donored, close quote. He then reiterated that police could shoot at the slightest hint of threat, close quote. About his exam, at the conclusion of the course, the police officer says, quote, we were given a mound of paperwork to go through. We were given the questions and answers to a test on the Firearms Control Act and told to copy word for word the answers out. We then marked 200 out of 200 in red pen at the top of the pages and put it in our official file. We went through a number of other tests for which the instructor gave us the answers without even reading the questions, and we then marked ourselves 100% for each of these too. We were also instructed to sign various forms which stated that we had been informed of things we hadn't been informed of. This was a classroom including a brigadier, quite a few colonels and captains, and then all the rest. And nobody paused for a second to question our participating in this giant organizationally sanctioned lie, close quote. And I end there. You see all of that.
Uyayibona ke ngoku apho yonke lonto bathetha ngendlela apho ke ngoku igama elithi maximum force elingacakanga ngayo uthi ke enye into inkcazelo ke evela into kuba ilenzwe ilungu lepolisa elalibonakala liphazamisekile ngalo mthetho umtsha wezemipu kwahamba ikhosi ke eqaleni ka2011 uthetha ke ngoku inotes ke angabhekisi kuzo ze maximum force kodwa uthi ke ngoku lo wayebaqeqesha wayeqhubekeka isithi ukudubula apha emapoliseni yinto engenziwa okanye ngayoyanga iminyaka emide kwaye ebekhuthaza abantu ukuthi badubule kwakhona xa ethetha ngeke indawo yemfundiso uthi ke ngoku apho ke ngoku amalungu khona ayefuna into kuba afundiswe ukusebenzisa amandla azokhokhelela ukubhubha uthi nangona ke ngoku sasinikwe amawaka amaphepha basifunde kodwa lo sifundisayo wayemaka nje iphepha amaphepha singavavanyanga ezinye izinto zasingahoywa uthi ke ngoku sasinikwe ihours 2 ke ngokusifundiswa ngokusebenzisa ke ngoku amandla ango uthi ke ngoku into ezinye zezo zayizinto ezingalunganga umzekelo wasixelela wasifundisa ukuba ilungu liyabethwa indoda enkulu unelungelo lokuba makamdubula ambulale lo mntu lo omnye wabuza kutheni ungasebenzisa ipaper spray waphendula ke wahleka lo instructor lofundisayo ehleka ngaye sithi kuyabonakala uba wena zange ukudonorwe waye waqhubekeka ke ngokupolisa lathi xa kukhokokisa wena vele udubule nje uthi xa kuvavanywa ipolisa lathi sinikwe inqwaba yamaphepha kuba siwafunde sanikwa amaphepha nempendulo ngento ye-Firearms Control Act sacela noba masikope na wonke amagama zazinikezelwe impendulo samakwa ke safumana 200 out of 200 ngepen ebomvu phezulu emaphepheni sazifaka kwi-file zethu kuthi ezinye ke ngoku i-test nazo sazenziwa ngoku-instructor apho sanikwa ke ngoku impendulo singazange sifunde nombuzo ukuba wayithini na kodwa safumana 100% sonke saxelela into yoba masayine iform sixelela into yobana sixelelwe ngazo zonke ezi zinto le nto ke ngoku yayenzeka kwi-classroom apho kwakukho i-brigadier no-colonels no-captain nabanye zange sibuze nombuzo into yokuba kwenzeke njani ukuba sokwazi ukuba sibazi obo buxoki.
Semenya, I see you turned your microphone on, but it's now 1 o'clock. I take it the point you want to make, you can make after we've taken the lunch turn.
I can, Chair.
We'll take the lunch adjournment at this stage.
Sisayogcwalisa ithumbu.
I will not use my time until
Ladies and gentlemen, the commissioner says we are going to resume again at 2 o'clock. Sabuyela kakhona emva kwensimbi yesibili ngo-2.
commission is commencing. Yes, the commission, Masugmeni.
The commission resumes. Mr. Malindi, are you in a position yet to enlighten us further on the matters that were debated yesterday or discussed yesterday?
Chairperson, unfortunately, I will ask for further indulgence. I may be able to address the issue tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Usenza isicelo umhlekazi Malindi okokuba
National Commissioner, you still
anikwe
under
ithuba
oath?
kude kube ngomso.
Sorry, Mr. Temenya, I've reminded the National Commissioner you're still under oath. Yes, Mr. Sveza.
Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. It's something in relation to which, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, I just want to take advantage of everybody being here so that we can get clarification in relation there to going forward. During lunch, I was involved in what I would have thought was a mild altercation between a police captain and I. I brought a pamphlet entitled Socialism from Below, and I had it in my hands, and I was approached by a police captain. He grabbed it from my hands, and it appeared that generally there was an objection to placards that were displayed by some of the workers that have got some uncomplimentary remarks about police officers. And I think the mistake was that even this document is part of that. And I tried to reason with the police captain to find out what exactly was the position, even in relation to the placards. Is the offense, as they saw it, the mere possession of the placards, or is it in displaying them? In which case, even if it is the two of those, it would appear that certainly during lunch, as the people were sitting there holding their placards in their hands, there didn't seem to be any offense to me. And therefore, before emotions could get out...
Where were they sitting? You say
they were sitting outside here where we usually have lunch.
I see.
Some of them were displaying the placards from quite a distance from where we were sitting. And it seemed to me, and I've just conferred with my learned friend, Mr. Semenya, that perhaps if we had some rules of engagement, my sense is that, and people are standing up saying things which may even be things that are not acceptable or uncomplimentary to one of the parties, to the extent that they seem to be exercising their democratic right to do so, they should be allowed to do so. Because my sense was that it was a peaceful demonstration, and at a venue like this, Mr. Chairman, I thought that we should try by all means to keep our tempers as cool as we can manage to do so. So I thought maybe taking advantage of the National Commissioner of Police being on the stand and the chairman and the commissioners being here, this might probably be the right place for some accord to be arrived at as to how we conduct ourselves relevant to placards and stuff like that.
Umhlekazi usebenza ubeveza lento emvelele ngoku ngelunch uthi ubephethe nansi ipamphlet ayiphethe phaa ebhale socialism.
We're going to say something before the adjournment in relation to the passage that was read from the book by Mr. Bruce. But I take it, before we get there, you would wish to say something in response to what Mr. Nsebeza said?
Uzawuphendula umhlekazi uSiminya kule nto bethetha umhlekazi uNsebenza, ndizawuchaza kafuphi nje ukuba ubethini.
Chair, Mr. Nsebeza has just raised the matter with me, and my immediate response was to say the right of protest freely in this country is a constitutional right about which I don't think, if his facts are correct, should be condoned. I will investigate the matter and raise it with those members that they have no right to prevent anybody making their public protest for as long as it remains peaceful.
Thank you. In regard to the suggestion about rules of engagement, I'm not sure that engagement is quite the right word in this context, but may I suggest that you and Mr. Nsibeza might have at least a preliminary discussion to see whether it is desirable that rules of that kind should be drawn up, and possibly even prepare a draft which we could then give to the evidence leaders and the other parties before the Commission is called upon to add its imprimatur, as it were, to them. But it's the sort of thing which I would think could be sorted out cordially and harmoniously among the parties. We've had a very harmonious atmosphere here up to now, and I think I must commend all the parties for the way that they've conducted themselves. And cordial relationships have been established. And it's important for the work that we're called upon to do that atmosphere should continue. But there are various aspects to it. The public's confidence in the Commission mustn't in any way be eroded or diminished. But if everyone continues the way they've been continuing up to now, I've no doubt it will help us substantially to achieve what the President has asked us to do. But if in the meanwhile you and Mr. Nsibeza could have preliminary discussions at least on that, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I just also place on record that my colleague Semenya immediately, I just confirm what he said, immediately when I mentioned this, his attitude was, surely there is a constitutional right for people to protest. We may not like what they are protesting about, but I just wanted to endorse and say, I confirm what he said to me. What he says to you is what he said to me.
Thank you very much.
Mandichaza njengamafuphi ukuba le ntetho ibikhona apha ethini noba nibone ukuba
We
abantu
were
faka
witness
amabhreki.
to what happened outside. I think a very simple advice should be given to the numerous police officers that are in the periphery. It is not an offense for people, women at the back, who have been given a pamphlet. They don't have to surrender it to a policeman. And there were quarrels between them, high-pitched voices, particularly from the women. I'm not prepared to give it to you. And it created quite an unfortunate impression. People want to take a pamphlet. They've got the right to take it. It may be very good public relations for the police officers to be told, just ignore it. And there wouldn't have been what my learned friend has complained about what other learned friend on the right has to investigate.
I understood Mr. Semenya to say more in relation to the other aspects of holding the placards, but would apply equally to the question of distribution of and receipt of pamphlets. I understood Mr. Semenya that he would speak to the various members of his client who have been behaving in the way that's been described and remind them of what the Constitution says about these matters to ensure that incidents of this kind don't occur again. And I'm sure we can rely on him and depend upon him to discharge his obligations in that regard very correctly and efficiently. Thank you.
Ngamafuphi nje bekuthethwa apha into eyenzeke ngoku ngelunch kokuba umhlekazi uNsibeza ubephethe ipamphlet apha ipolisa belifuna ukuyithatha kuye lingazo kokuba liyithathela ntoni kuvezwa kokuba kukho bebanikeza ipamphlets neplacards ebezikhoyo apha ngaphandle amapolisa angavumelani nalonto kokuba ziboniswe phaya ngoku bechaza apha njengoba besitsho umhlekazi udumisa kokuba umgaqo seko welizwe uyayivuma into njengalena akuyo senzo solaphula mthetho xa bephethe iplakade ezinjengezo umhlekazi uSiminya uthe uzawuthetha nawo amapolisa kokuba abayeke ababantu ngaphandle kokuthi ke xa besenqa imithetho ebekiwe xa bezimele phaya nje nezinto zabo mabaye ngokunjalo umhlekazi uBizos naye uyayifakaza lonto kokuba ligunya labo ngaphansi komgaqoseko kokuba baphathe izinto ezinjengezo xa bekuqhankqalazo okuthiza abakwenzayo.
Mr. Semenya, before we adjourned, you were going to say something, I think, about the e-book by Mr. Bruce.
Indeed, Chair. Chair, just as a prelude to our objection, may we be advised if this
what exactly are you objecting to?
Yes.
You haven't said what you're objecting to yet.
Sorry, Chair.
You haven't told us yet what you're going to object to. You said as a prelude to your objection. What exactly is your objection?
The reading of the various excerpts which Mr. Madlanga did.
He was going to ask, well, the impression I got was that he was going to ask a question of the National Commissioner based upon those passages. But what exactly is your objection?
I want to know if this evidence is going to be led of what is called an SAPS member to be able to identify the trainer who is said to have said the things which were said. If there is no such intention, then the questions cannot be put with respect, Chair.
You know what the questions are first before I rule on the matter. I can see there are various questions that can be asked, but let's see which are the ones that Mr. Madlanga is going to ask before we take the matter any further.
Ingxaki anayo umhlekazi uSiminya kokuba elinqina elibhalele nto athetha ngalo umhlekazi uMadlanga lizawubizwa nako ukuba lizoyiveza lento ukuba liyifumene phi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it correct, National Commissioner, that in Parliament last week you stressed or emphasized the importance of improving the training which members of SAPS receive?
Nyani na ke commissioner into bakule bephele eParliament yowaxinisa ekwenzeni ingcono uqeqesho elifunyanwa ngamapolisa.
Specifically because we were presenting our budget.
Andinawukwazi ukuyikhumbula ke kakuhle lonto ngoba besibeka ngaphambili ibudget yethu.
Anyway, even if perhaps you might not have said it, but if I were to ask you the direct question, would you consider it important to improve the training of SAPS members?
Ukuphucula uqeqesho lamapolisa eSAPS ungayibona into ebalulekileyo na?
Yes, because continuous improvement is a mantra of any organization.
Ewe, ngoba into yokuba kuqhutyekekwe kuphuhliswa isakhono into yenziwa ngamaziko onke.
You have already said in response to a question by the chairman that you were not aware of the publication, the e-book that I referred you to.
Butheke pha bunganalwazi ngoshicelelo olubizwa e-book elibenthe masilifunde.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, assuming that the content of the excerpt that I read to you were true, I already see my learned friend Mr. Siminya shaking his head. Would that be a matter of concern to you or not?
I raise the objection again, Chair. There is no predicate for the supposition that any of these allegations are one correct or even made. Unless my learned colleague intends to lead that evidence, I can understand the question that is now being put to the witness. But without that foundation, the question cannot be put with respect, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Madlanga.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the matter does appear in the excerpt that I read. And I preface my question by saying, if correct, would this be a matter that concerns the National Commissioner or not? I do not believe that I have to indicate whether or not the evidence will be led before the witness can be required to answer the question that I have put to her. It is in proceedings of this nature, that is, proceedings before a commission, it is not correct to suggest that in respect of every and any piece of material that is presented to the commission, the person responsible for the existence of that piece of material must actually come before the commission to testify to the content of that which they are responsible for, the existence of which they are responsible. That, as I understand the position, is not the law. I understand the law in commission proceedings to be that a commission of inquiry like this one can inform itself and can admit evidence of whatever nature it considers acceptable. And that is not the same legal position that finds application in courts of law. Let me again refer to authority that I referred to quite early on, but I think then I referred to it off the top of my head. Let me now refer to it, and I will actually read a passage from the relevant judgment.
Uyatsho ke into kuba xa kukhutshwa uxwebhu elibhalwe ngomntu akuthetha into yoba ilo ngqina funeka lapho uzawukhupha ungqina, kodwa ke ukuba le nto ithethekayo iyamkelekile ebubungqina obu iza kwamkelwa, uzawutsho ke iincwadi zomthetho ezixhasayo loo nto ayithethayo.
The version of the judgment that I have here is a JOL judgment, but I do know that this judgment is also reported in the South African law reports. I'll ask Ms. Pillay to find me the South African law reports report, or citation rather. It's the matter of Bongoza, that's BONGOZA versus Minister of Correctional Services and others, square bracket 2006, close square bracket, JOL 16653. JOL 16653. It's a judgment of the Transkei High Court. The citation in the South African law reports is 2002, volume 6, SA 330, Transkei Division. This is what appears at paragraph 17 of the judgment. And there the commission is referring to submissions that were made by counsel. It was argued that the commission was not bound by the rules of evidence applicable to a court of law. It was entitled to adopt its own procedure, including the receipt of evidence or information relevant to the issues before it. In fact, counsel contended further that the commission was responsible for collecting evidence and obtaining statements from witnesses. It could consider information of any nature, including hearsay evidence, newspaper reports, or submissions made without sworn evidence. For these submissions, counsel relied on Bell versus Van Rensburg, and the citation is given, S versus Mulder, citation given, and S versus Sparks, Nomine Officio and others, citation given. In the latter case, Human J, with whom Thron AJP and Franklin J concurred, gave the following distinction between a court of law and a commission at 961 marginal letter C. Open quote, a court of law is bound by rules of evidence and the pleadings, but a commission is not. It may inform itself of facts in any way it pleases, by hearsay evidence and from newspaper reports, or even through submissions or representations on submissions without sworn evidence, close the quote within the quote. In this matter, the regulations under which the commission operated made it clear that it was not intended to be regarded as a court of law. And then it goes on. I will skip and go to paragraph 25. And I would submit that obviously this commission also was not intended to be a court of law. Furthermore, this is paragraph 25, I am satisfied on the authority in De Beer, Supra, that the Commission was not required to follow and apply rules of evidence applicable to courts of law. The fact that it had the power to set aside contracts did not change it from being a commission to a court of law. It remained a commission with a procedure dissimilar to the ordinary court procedure and the legal rules applied therein. It was not bound by the rules regulating the admission of evidence or evidentiary material in a court of law, nor was it obliged to adopt the approach of analyzing and evaluating evidence which is usually followed in a court of law. Its regulations indicated that it would be improper for it to act as if it was a court of law when it was not. For example, cross-examination was subject to its chairperson's permission, which could be granted only if he was convinced that such cross-examination would be in the interests of its functions. Consequently, I find that the Commission has competently reviewed the information and evidence placed before it, and that it was entitled to rely thereon for the purposes of its decision. End of the quotation. Now, that said, I am, in my submission, by no means suggesting that once the evidence has been admitted, it then also means that it must be of a certain level of weight. Once the evidence has been admitted, what weight the Commission will then attach thereto is a totally different matter. But that does not say the same thing as just because it's evidence of a particular nature, then it becomes inadmissible. That is not the law. And I am submitting that there is nothing wrong in putting that excerpt to this witness. There is nothing wrong in that excerpt being admitted as evidence before this Commission. But what weight will then attach thereto? Totally something different. And I would submit that there is no substance in the objection. And I would ask to be allowed to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Yes, Mrs. Mann.
Chair, clearly the law as outlined is one with which we have absolutely no quarrel. We also are not alarmed that a commission in law is able to take any form of information. The exercise of the discretion, though, and the probative value is a completely different thing. I'm not even addressing that. The exercise of that discretion is aimed at establishing whether the interests of justice so require it, and has to be measured against the prejudice that a party may suffer in relation to its admission. And it is the prejudice about which you are addressing the Commission. If an excerpt of that nature is given under an authority of somebody who's speaking about the conduct of this very Commission, about which the police conduct is a direct issue under focus, and we are given that the police are not even given any training, if this is anything to go by, they are made to pass exams without doing anything. They have not been donors. That's why that is not happening. We say the prejudice is manifest. And the Commission cannot, in the proper exercise of a discretion, admit this evidence to stand, whatever its probative value.
Sorry, I don't understand your submissions about prejudice. I understand Mr. Mdlanga's question to be, if these facts are correct, is that a serious matter? Now, obviously, the answer must be, it must be a serious matter. If it's true, it's not suggested it is, but if it's true that trainers, or a particular trainer at a particular course, went through the motions, pretended to train people about the use of firearms in law enforcement situations, in the way described, then that is a serious matter, which I take it, the Commissioner would wish to do something about, to investigate if it's true. If it is true, take certain steps. If it isn't true, then be able to say it's untrue. So I don't understand the prejudice. What prejudice the police service can suffer from the fact that the Commissioner is being asked, if these things are true, is it a serious matter? And I take it I mustn't say what she will say, but depending on what she will say, I can't see the prejudice to the police. But if there is a point that I don't understand, please enlighten me.
May I try my last attempt, Chair? The issue is, if there is no basis for the hypothesis, and there won't be a basis for the hypothesis if it is not going to be even an effort at making that evidence come about. It's like asking, if South Africa is corrupt, then what? But you can't make a proposition if it has no basis in law in the first place. That's the objection, Chair.
Into beyitsho ke ngoku sina council uMadlanga aphinda ukuba imithetho esebenza kwinkundla zakamantya imithetho esebenza kwi-commission ngoba apha kaloku nondiva uyakwazi ukuthi amarhe sisebenze ngawo nento ezithethwa ke ngoku kumaphephandaba ngoku ke ingxaki yakasenior council usimenya into yokuba ezinye izinto zingenza kubekho ubunzima obuzabakho ngakumbi ngezinto ongakwazi ezingathi azinasihlahla ngamanye amazwi siyawuva ke ngokuba kuza kuthwani na.
Mr. Madlanga, you were replying to Mr. Zumenda, but he's now raised a new point. Well, not quite a new point, but I think he's emphasized on a particular aspect of the matter that you didn't deal with in your argument. Namely, that the police service will suffer prejudice if you are permitted to ask this question. And would you like to deal with that submission?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me deal with the very last point my learned friend made. My learned friend refers to a lack of basis in law for the question. I do not understand that. I do not know what law he's referring to for saying that there is no basis in law. I would understand if, as he says, there are no facts that tend to, except for the excerpt, there are no facts that tend to support what has been said. I would understand him, and by saying I would understand, I'm not suggesting that I would accept. I would understand if he were saying that there is no basis in fact, not law. What is that law? I do not know what law is referring to in this regard. Now, going back to the, I have referred to the law as I understand it, and I understand that to be applicable to this very scenario, and my learned friend says that he is not quarreling with that legal position. Then what law is referring to, I do not know. Now, that said, on the question of prejudice, I agree wholeheartedly with what the chairman says. The question is, in so many words, prefaced by saying, if correct, and those are the operative words, if correct, would this be a matter of concern for the National Commissioner? It is not saying the content of this excerpt is correct. It's not saying so. But Commissioner, National Commissioner, if this were correct, would it be a matter of concern? Where is the prejudice? I do not see it. But in any event, I would have expected quite the opposite from the South African Police Service. I would have expected a reaction that says, an allegation of this nature, that on the use of force by the police, there is in actual fact, according to what this writer says, there is a quote-unquote fraud of this nature on police training, on the use of firearms. We as subs must investigate this, see if there is any truth in this. So I would have expected an opposite reaction, not from my learned friend Mr. Sminya, but from subs. So I don't quite follow. I do not quite follow why my question on this subject should be found to be objectionable. And I emphasize that I emphasize the point that I would have expected them to say, let us see if we cannot get to the bottom of what Mr. David Bruce is saying, and see whether or not they come to a conclusion that there is any truth in it.
Okufutshane ke uthi usenior council Madlanga uvumelana nto beyithetha usihlalo into yokuba xa ebuza lo mbuzo uthi kuba inyani ke izinto zithetheka apha into efuneka ibe ingxalabo leyo ku-commissioner kwaye kuba inyani loo nto befuneka babone uba bukhona ubuqhetseba kwaye loo nto leyo funeke iphandwe uthi ngamapolisa belindele babe nethetha into elolo hlobo.
Chair, that's precisely the difficulty. We can't even investigate this thing for as long as the SAPS man is masked, is not going to be produced. We can't investigate who the trainer is, and it's a prejudice we cannot undo.
Wait, I don't understand that. I can understand the SAP. If these allegations are true, they may not be true. It may be total fabrication. But if the allegations are true, there's enough information, I would have thought, to enable an astute investigator to get to the bottom of it. What is alleged is that early in 2011, there was a course called Firearms in Law Enforcement. I don't know how many courses under that name were held early in 2011, but I would not think that there would be so many that it would be difficult to investigate further. What is then said is that it was a course attended by a brigadier, quite a few colonels and captains. Again, that would serve to identify the course, I would have thought, with some particularity. But further, the allegation goes further. The people at the course, there was a stunt. There was a pretense that they were writing exams. They were given the manual, told to copy out passages, write in red ink at the top 200 out of 200, and there were certain other allegations of a similar kind. So I would imagine an investigator says to the head of training, how many courses did you have in early 2011 called Firearms in Law Enforcement? They say how many they had. How many of them were attended by a brigadier, colonels and captains? They say how many they had. They say, right, please send us the examination papers which were completed by the people who attended. They look at them. They find none of them have got passages from the notes copied out. None of them have got 200 out of 200. They say, well, this is obviously a false allegation. On the other hand, in the course of that, they find a whole batch of alleged exam papers with things copied out of the manual with 200 out of 200 in red. Then it's clearly true. Then they say, right, this is a serious, well, I would hope they would say it's a serious matter. Something's got to be done to the trainer. Those people who received that, quote, training, unquote, better come back immediately in the literal sense, so that they can be retrained in public order policing, because they obviously need it. I don't understand the prejudice. I don't think your objection is a good one, and I disallow it, and Mr. Mlanga may continue. That if these had been generalized allegations of a kind which could not reasonably have been investigated on the information available, then the position might well have been different, and there might well have been prejudice incapable of being remedied, and then I would have allowed the objection. But in the particular circumstances of this case, and whether I'm applying the law or applying some broader doctrines which are allowed to be imported from the Transkei, I'm not sure, but I'm satisfied that even sitting as a judge in the court of law, I would in these particular circumstances allow the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 other judgments that are not from the Transkei are referred to. And
no, I know that. And it sounded from what you said as if they were given by eminent judges as well.
Yes.
And
lastly, to be fair, the big point which Mr. Semenya makes is correct, that if there is prejudice incapable of being remedied, then that would form a basis even for a commission to reject the evidence. It's only because I've found that there wasn't such prejudice that I allowed the question.
Lastly, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not countermanding Sorry, Mr. Madlanga. Would we be, in fairness, then in this commission, because it is at the core of the conduct of policing, would we be given an opportunity to bring all those witnesses who offer those lectures so that we refute this? And those students who were given lectures to come and say what those lectures were? Because we'll have to meet it in full. Otherwise, there would be a lingering thought that there may be some mote of weight about these allegations which would be damaging to our position.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but I would have thought if you called someone who gave evidence to say, I investigated this allegation, I found there was no such course early in 2011, or I found there was no such course attended by brigadier colonels and captains, Or I found there were such courses. I looked at the examination papers and I found what were obviously original essays written by all the examination candidates, and I found nobody who got 200 out of 200. Then that evidence would be accepted without more. But we will deal with that matter as and when it arises. We may find, of course, that an investigation produced the opposite results, and that it was found that these allegations were substantiated, and you would then be able to lead evidence to say, we accept this as a serious matter, and this is what we've done to remedy the situation. But all these things lie in the future. We will deal with them as and when we get there. Please proceed, Mr. Malonga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Usimenya into yokuba ukuba kungenzeka xa kufika ixesha kufumaneka ingqindi lizawukwazi ukuthi lingqine ngaloo nto ayithethayo yokuba bazochaza uba kwenzeka ntoni ngokuqeqeshwa kwame-pops, iza kwenzeka loo nto leyo xa ixesha elifanelekileyo selifikile.
I go back to the question that I asked the National Commissioner. If true, would the content of the excerpt that I read to you be cause for concern to you?
Ndisabuyela ke pakula mbuzo ukuba lento ke ndikufundele yona bendisendifundele yona inyani into engenza into kuba uxhalabe leyo.
I would start off by saying you've asked me a lot of hypothetical questions, and this is one of those. Because indeed, when I look at this document, just cleaning through it, the author does make reference to dates, to names, to particular months, to particular years. On this piece of articulation, it is interesting that there is no date, there is no name, and that bothers me.
Unjengoba umbhalo ke ngoku umbhalo yabo engachongo engachazanga mihla apha namagama iyona nto ke ngoku ngalento ibhalwe apha indenza ndixhalabe.
And having said so, I don't know whether it's just a statement or whether it's innuendo, and I would like to say I do not believe it is true.
Andiyazi into yoba intetho yenziweyo okanye into engenye, ndifuna ukutsho kunto yoba andikholelwa uba inyaniso lena.
The matters that you raised before, you said you don't believe the content of the excerpt to be true, are matters that would go into the investigative process. If that is a matter that SAPS would find warranting investigation at all. I repeat my question, what you have said does not answer it, not even the latter portion that says you do not believe the content of the excerpt to be true. My question is, if true, that's not saying the excerpt or the content of the excerpt is in fact true. But if true, would the content of that excerpt be cause for concern to you, General?
Nangona usitsho kumuntu oba ukholelwa uba inyaniso kodwa umbuzo wama ukophela bendibuza into yoba ukuba ufumaniseke ukuba le nto ibhalwe apha inyani into engakwenza le nto yoba wena General uxhalabe na?
I still say I do not believe it is true.
Ndisatsho ke nangoku into yoba ndikholelwa uba inyani le nto.
General, are you going to say that you honestly believe that that is the question I'm asking you, that is whether or not this excerpt is true? Are you telling this commission that you believe that that's the question I'm asking you?
General, ufuna ucinga uba ndibuza kuwe into yokuba le nto ibhalwe apha inyani okanye ayinyani na?
Or are you deliberately being evasive?
Okanye lo mbuzo ubaleka ngabomu?
I am not being deliberately evasive.
Andizama uba ndiubaleke lo mbuzo ngabomu ke.
You've presented to me that, you've read to me that thing on page 26 to page 27. I say I don't believe it is true.
Unfundele ke pha usophe 26 ngo27 nditheke mna ndikholelwa uba inyani le.
Because your question is if it is true. I say I do not believe it is true.
Ngoba umbuzo wakho uthe ukuba le nto inyani ndathi ke mna ndikholelwa uba lo nto inyani.
I will leave it.
Nzayeka ke obunjalo ba.
Are you going to investigate it at all?
Nizawuyiphanda ke yona le nto?
I definitely shall.
Ngokuqinisekileyo.
If you do not believe that it's true, why would you even bother to investigate it?
It's a sweet question. She said she doesn't believe it, but she said she's going to investigate it. It's a fair answer. You can ask her what she will do if her investigation finds out things which you can elaborate, perhaps, but I don't think it's necessary to ask her the question you asked. There's a sarcastic element in it which I don't think is worthy of you.
My apologies to the Commission and to General Phiyega.
Uyaxolisa ngalonto Senior Counsel Madlanga.
Mr. Madlanga, you're not going to ask her what will happen if she investigates and finds some of the allegations to be true. Because if you're not going to ask it, I will. If you say you're going to have it investigated, which is a very proper approach, if the investigation shows that these allegations are without substance, as Mr. Semenya said, that will be brought to this commission, and this allegation will be exposed to be a lie. If, on the other hand, your investigation proves that the allegations are correct, then that would mean that some of the training that's been given has been a farce and been, as has been described, a fraud. If that is so, what would you do? I know that's a hypothetical question, but I think it's a question that you can be asked.
Commissioner ntoba izawuphandwa lento ukuba ufumaniseke ntoba inyani utshilo ntoba no Senior Counsel Semenya uzawuzapha azotsho ntoba inyani lento kodwa ke ubuthe kuphandeni kwakho fumanisa uba yonke le nto ethethwa pha yinyaniso yintoni ozawuyenza?
Judge, I definitely shall bring sanctions to the trainers. And secondly, I shall remedy that because it is my responsibility and duty as a leader to ensure that the training that we offer does deliver what it's supposed to deliver for the citizens of this country.
Uthi into eqale ndizawuyenza kuba abake ngoba ngabaqeqeshi basikwe basuswe kwaye ndiyawuzisa isombululo kuloo nto leyo ugqibeleni.
May the Commission just bear with me, please. Now, Commissioner, let me take you back to something that we have debated, but the context now will be different. You said that the SAPS expert on public order policing must have received his information on the problems with the analog radio system of SAPS from SAPS commanders or SAPS members. What I would like to find out is, are you in a position to explain why we only see this in Mr. DeRover's statement, why it is not in the SAPS presentation, why it is not in the SAPS opening statement? Are you in a position to explain that or not?
Lo uDeRover yonke lenkcazelo uyifumene mhlambi ku-commanders aziphaya okanye kumapolisa ayephaya ke ngoku lento leyo ayithethayo problem yengxaki ye-radio kutheni ngekho ke ngoku kwintetho yokuvula ye-SAPS okanye phaa kulaa xwebhu labo lencwadi?
I'm not sure whether this question is coming for the first time because I do know that an issue was raised much, much earlier where we even got our TMS division to write a short statement to explain the radio functioning of SAPS much earlier when the commission was starting. We were asked that question as SAPS and we submitted something.
Andiqondi kokuqala ke lo mbuzo ubuzo ukuyabuza ngaphambili apho ke ngusachaza napha ne-TMS kuba ukusebenza ke ngokwezi radio awoqala ubuza lo mbuzo.
I will agree with you, National Commissioner, that in their interaction with members of SAPS, the evidence leaders have spoken to some members of SAPS about the radio network. So probably that is what you are referring to. But I'm asking you a different question. And the question is, why do we not see the problem about that radio network in Exhibit L, the SAPS presentation, as also in the SAPS opening statement?
I think you asked her whether she's able to tell us, Because it may be a matter of which she has no knowledge.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you able to tell us why it is not in those two documents? And perhaps, for context and for you to understand why I'm asking that question, according to Mr. De Roever, this the malfunctioning of that radio system.
Chair, I object again. Can we go to paragraph 81 of Mr. De Roever's statement? The problems with the analog radio network is not a malfunctioning. It is how a analog radio works. It says its problems are those. It's not saying it's malfunctioning.
I will substitute.
By contrast,
I think
Mr. Smith is right, because it doesn't follow from what he says that there was a malfunction. It may be that there was a problem not caused by malfunctioning, but caused by something else. The objection is well taken.
I'm a lay person. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a lay person in matters analog radio systems. Let me phrase the question differently and substitute problems for malfunctioning. Are you in a position to tell this commission, National Commissioner, why the problems with the analog radio network that resulted in the overall commander not being able to call a halt to the operations? Are you able to tell why it is that we do not see that in Exhibit L, the sub's presentation, and in the sub's opening statement?
Lengxaki kuthethwa ngayo ye-network ye-radio ke ngoku apho wayenokwazi ukuthi operational commander amise lento yayisenziwa phaa. Kutheni loo nto leyo ingabhalwanga okanye ingekho phaa kulaa ncwadi loxwebhu lamapolisa ngokuthiwa Exhibit L okanye kwintetho abavula ngayo abakwa-subs?
I'm not able to do so, but I will also say we have addressed you in particular on the radio matter. The TMS note that we sent you did talk about the radios.
Andinakwazi kuba ke ndiwuphendule wena ngqongqo lombuzo, kodwa ke into endingayitsho into yokuba i-TMS bayiphendula lo mba we-radio ngxaki yawo.
But do you accept that it was such a crucial matter that it ought to have had some importance in the case that subs presented before this commission? Would you agree with that?
Uyavumelana into yokuba into engumba ubalulekileyo kwathi kwakufuneka ikhanganyiwe kuyimaxwebhu e-subs?
Yes, I regard it as important, and this is why we responded to you in writing.
Wesithatha njengento ebalulekileyo, loo nto ke saye sakuphendula ngokubhalela, unibhalela.
And that was a response in writing at our request. We initiated that process, not so?
Kodwa ke naphendula kwisicelo esesenziwe sithi ayinjalo nto leyo?
You would recall that there was even an article in the press which concerned us, and it was important for us to also correct that.
Usakhumbula ke phana kwinto zemaphephandaba kwakho into eyayithetha ngathi kwakufuneka nathi ke loo nto leyo siyilungise.
But would it be fair to suggest to you that subs must have been aware of this problem?
Prior
to the press, the article, and also prior to the inquiry by the evidence leaders?
Ngalo ngaphambi ba izobona ke lonto ayibhalwe ngonondaba ngaphambi kwesicelo esenziwe zi-evidence leaders.
I am sure that when you talk to the commanders that are going to present here, they will mention that.
Ndiqinisekile into yoba xa uthetha nee-commanders zawuba lapha ke ngoku zawuchaza okanye zikhankanye loo nto leyo.
Are you not aware? Are you yourself not aware whether or not SAPS was already aware of the problem prior to the article in the press that you are referring to, and also prior to the inquiry by the evidence leaders?
Wena ubuqa unalwazi ndokuba iSAPS yayazi ngalento ngaphambi kwala article nangaphambi koba i-evidence leaders fake isicelo esilolo hlobo.
I think the important thing to mention is that our responding to you was not a back-footed matter. We responded because we were able to tell you that Tetra is not here, Tetra is in Eastern Cape. We needed to do that because we were aware that there is an issue around radios, and that's why we did what we did.
Siyenze lonto ngoba uTetra ngekho lapha kodwa eseMpuma Koloni yilonto ke ngokusenza into esayenzayo.
I understand that, and I appreciate the response that we received from SAPS, but I'm asking you a different question. Were you, as the National Commissioner of Police, were you aware prior to the article that you are referring to, and also prior to the inquiry by the evidence leaders, that there were on the day in existence the problems that we have been talking about around the analog radio system of SAPS? Were you aware? That is the question. And also prior to the article that you are referring to, as also prior to the inquiry by the evidence leaders.
Umbuzo into bana ke ngoko phambi kokuba uzofunda le article ayibhaliwe na ngaphambi kokuba kufaka isicelo ze-evidence leaders sifuna incazelo enjalo, wawunolwazi ngale ngxaki ayikhoyo ye-network yezi radio ezi?
Yes, the issues of communication and radios have been part and parcel of this process from beginning to today.
Kaloku le mba ezi radio ezi yaba inxalenye yezinto eziqhutywa apha kusukela eqaleni kuyotsho namhlanje.
You have said, all in response to an earlier question, that the commanders would have been aware as well. Now, the question that I want to ask is, no, I asked that. I will now take you to a different subject, the tampering report. I hope that it has been placed before you. That is the report that was commissioned by you after you became aware that there had been a tampering with the crime scene at scene 2. Do you have a copy there, General?
Ewe?
Yes. Utagol xephuke labhalwa nguye uNational Commissioner ngeli xesha kusehlo apho kwenzeka ulophulo umthetho khona kwabakho ukuphazamisa okukhoyo kanye ukungenelela okukhoyo.
Chair, this exhibit should be marked FFF15. FFF15.
15.
Possible tampering report. Yeah. Exhibit F15.
Okay.
General, when did you first become aware of the possible tampering with the crime scene at scene 2 in Marikana?
Uqaleni nokwazi into ba bekunokwenzeka into kuba kukho abathe baphazamisa kwisehlo esi kwindawo yesehlo pha kuyesibini eMarikana.
I think it was the 24th or the 23rd of October.
Ndicimba mhlambi kwakunge 24 kanye nge-23 ka-October ewe.
Now, are you aware that the Commission only became aware, or perhaps, yes, the Commission, including the evidence leaders, became aware of the investigation that you had instituted after evidence on the crime scene, evidence of Captain Muhlaki had been laid before this commission. Are you aware of that or not?
Uyazi into kubana ke ngoku uphando wena olenzayo le commission eqalisa ukwazi ngalo emvani ba uCaptain Muhlaki senike ubungqina bakhe.
I'm not aware, but I can say that my becoming aware was because of Captain Muhlaki's presentation here.
Ndithi bengazi kodwa into endiziba benolwazi kwakungebungqina kwakunxa ubungqina babunikwa nguCaptain Muhlaki apha.
I will just look at, or perhaps so long, let me ask this question. You will accept if I suggest to you that Captain Mushlaki's evidence on this subject was on what day? 5 November 2012. Would you accept that? We just looked at the, Ms. Pillay has just looked at the record for me on this.
Mr. Porter here.
Ubungqina buka wabukho ubungqina bakhe wabunika ubungqina bakhe 5 ka November Captain Muhlaki uyavuma ucommissioner ukuthi wayelapha kunye no Captain Porter.
Yeah, I think I may be wrong. During the presentation of Captain Porter, Captain Muhlaki, that's when I became aware of that. I was here.
Mhlawumbi ke ndenza impazamo kodwa ke ndanilapho ngexesha Captain Porter ne Captain Muhlaki babenika ubungqina babo apha.
Just to be sure what exactly you are referring to, in particular insofar as Captain Muhlaki is concerned, are you talking about when Captain Mushlaki's evidence actually addressed the tampering? Where, for instance, two pictures would be shown on the screens, and the position of the weapons would be different, or in some pictures there would be 9, and then the picture of the same person would actually have a weapon when it wasn't there earlier. Are you talking about that evidence when you refer to the evidence of Captain Muhlaki?
Awuthinobu ngandabuka Captain Muhlaki uthele ngexesha ngokho ukuphazanyiswa kubungqina ke ngoku okanye mhlawumbi ngenxa yophandula lusenziwa apho kwakubonakala kwezinye izifoto abantu baphethe umuntu emnye phethe isixhobo ezininzi kuthi kwelinye ifoto abonakala ephethe izimbalwa na.
In fact, the person who was presenting, I think, was Buta, because I was here when we broke for lunch, when he was coming to show his pictures. I was alerted to that, and we looked at them, and I saw that. And it was on the basis of that I said, I want to understand what is sitting behind these differences.
Bofuke ndenza impazamo kwabungqina buka Captain Porter ngoba ndakhumela xesha sibona lemifanekiso ngexesha kwakuya kwi-lunch ndathi ke ndifuna uzibona izinto endizokwazi ukuba ndizokwenza uphando.
Well, I'm told by my colleague in the evidence leading team, Mr. Worsley, that Lieutenant Colonel Buerta testified on 26 October 2012.
He was here for many days.
He
was here for many days. No.
Like just a little bit of time, commissioners.
I see it's after 3 o'clock, Mr. Madlanga, after 3 o'clock. So we can give you the time and take the tea adjournment at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was here on the 24th.
I just want to see something before we do this.
He was here.
Why lab? Get 24.
Yes, the Commission will now adjourn for tea. We will resume just after 3:15.
Sizabuyela ngo3:15.
Sayifuni inyanga yethu. Sayifuni inyanga yethu sayifuna. Sayifuni inyanga yethu sayifuna. Babulele inyanga yethu bayibulele. Sayifuna phambili nenyanga yethu phambili. Thathile isikhwama zayo ndisithathile. Sithathile. Isikhwama zayo ndisithathile. Sisebenze kodini madoda. Situbulela abantwana basebancane eMarikana ngesephala
Come here.
Come. Yes,
Bulale No, we'll clean. There's no fire. We'll clean it. Yeah. So, what one? Agree you are going in there, no? No, we're taking to the archive. Agree you are going in. I don't want to see anything displayed inside. You're going to arrest me. Nothing is going to display inside, for sure. I'm feeling this current. You explain already. You can explain already. How? You know about routine, man. That's not the size of the room. Don't want to say so many things. Ah, so sad, but I'm not that.
You from my second
Sabe do que tu faz muito bem. Não, vamos ninguém só uma hora. Oh, pera lá. We are taking that too. So follow me, we'll see. To the car. But you said it's the explanation. This man said the explanation why. You said you keep the instruction for why now. Why are you doing this? This man said we give you this explanation. So now you come. I'm not arguing with you. You said you must not argue. You said you must not argue. You said you must not argue. You give the man instruction. You must not argue. But now you want to argue. Give me good mind. No, what's that mind? I'm giving you the guarantee. We will not go to stay inside there. This man gave you the instruction. That's all you heard. That's all I heard. You must not explain. But now it's what you do. What do you want to do? This must come to the time. You saying this? You check them. You never give it back.
I'm kept
but where are those who check them? You check them some. You check them some there.
I told you my name.
No, you leave them here.
You leave them here. You will find them again. When you want this, you must not go to another policeman. You come to me.
Okay,
yeah. Thank you. Let's go to the commission.
No, we are better.
Singameni nginyawo yaqhubekeka i-commission.
The commission resumes. You're still under oath, National Commissioner, Mr. Mudlanga?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. National Commissioner, you were quite correct. Colonel Buerta started testifying on 23 October 2012, and he was indeed, as you say, still testifying even the following day.
Bunyanisile ke National Commission ba Colonel Botanyani ke waqala ukungqina nge-23 October nangemini elandelayo waqhubekeka ngokunika ubungqina bakhe.
There's a matter that I would like to get clarity from you on, and it is this. You have already instituted an investigation on the possible tampering on 24 October 2012. Captain Muhlaki comes to testify before this commission on 5 November 2012. And he gives his evidence in chief based on the photographs that he had taken, which in and of themselves did not show that there had been tampering before he took the photographs that he presented before this commission as part of his evidence. I know this is long, but I'm just setting a scene. Then, when he is being re-examined, what's the date? 4th of November. Yeah? It seems that I have my wires crossed when it comes to the dates. I'm being told that he was re-examined on the 5th of November, so his testimony must obviously have commenced before that.
His testimony went on for quite a long time, you remember, much longer than we anticipated.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take one step back then. So he's being cross-examined on the 5th of November. He would have started testifying before that, but one thing sure is that he testified after Colonel Buerta had testified, which should mean that he testified after you had instituted the investigation. What I want to find out from you, are you, as the National Commissioner and as the head of SAPS, in a position to explain why it is that SAPS let this commission listen to the evidence of Captain Muhlaki and view photographs taken by him, photographs taken at a time when the tampering had already taken place? Why was this commission not alerted beforehand that in fact does not represent the scene? The scene had already been tampered with. Are you in a position to give an explanation?
Njengoba ke ngoku wayinika ubungqina bakhe Captain Muhlaki emva ku Captain Botla nezokhupha nezo foto wazenza sekuphazanyisiwe iphazamiso ezenziweyo ke ngoku apha kule ndawo yesehlo. Kutheni isabs ke ukungazange izoyiveza lonto leyo ukuba kwenzeke into lolo hlobo?
Chair, I think at the heart of the question is probably why did we as SAPS legal representative allow the leading of evidence to happen in the way it did without alerting the commission to the investigation? If it is any helpful,
may I, even before my learned friend proceeds, may I say for now, let us hear what the answer will be, and only if it does turn on what my learned friend says, will what my learned friend says perhaps come into the equation. For now, I just want to know why the National Commissioner, as the National Commissioner and as the head of the South African Police Service, why they, as that organization, let evidence proceed on a basis that was, in fact, not correct.
Maske sive qala impendulo yaka National Commission uzawuthini xa kuthiwa ubungqina baqhubeka babanikwa xa ngakumbi kwezinto ezingasoyinyani.
Do you persist in your objection?
As answer, I'll correct. I'll give you the information that is there.
I'm going to try and deal with some chronology which may miss certain things. If I do so, please pardon me. On the 23rd, 24th, when that thing was happening, remember we had submitted our preliminary presentation. Buota and Mutlaki were, even though they work for us, were coming from the LCRC, and whatever information they were giving was coming to the evidence leaders, not to us. So the discord that we noticed, because all those documents were already with you, and correct me, were discovered at that point in time, that's how we managed to get your document that was different from ours. I was alerted to that because I was saying, if this is the document that is with the evidence leaders, and what we have submitted as our own submission and whatever, I wanted to understand why the difference. And it was on the basis of that I said, please investigate for me and tell me what is happening. And through, I'm sure our lawyers will talk to that, through our lawyers, we didn't wait to be asked. We brought the information to yourself to say this has happened, we are doing the following. And that's my understanding of what has happened here.
Into yenzekayo kaloku babesuka ku LCRC uCaptain Potter Captain Mutlake kwaye yonke inkcazelo babefumana bayisa pha ku-evidence leaders hayi kuthi kodwa ndiye ndawuthi ndobona uba umahluko ukhona phakathi kwamaxwebhu ethu nawabo kulapho ndathi makwenze uphando so kwazi ke ngoku into yokuba kutheni ke kula maxwebhu kukho umahluko angafana wethu nawenu nje yiloo nto ke ngusathi sayenza sanazisa yona.
By the information being brought to us, to the attention of us evidence leaders, and also us being advised as to what SAPS was doing, I trust that you are not suggesting that that was done prior to the re-examination of Captain Mutlaki on 5 November 2012.
Lento ithethayo kodwa ndithatha into ba awuthi yenziwa ngaphambi kwe-5 kaNovember 2012.
The specifics of the timing of the commission I don't have, and I'm sure my lawyers would be able to talk to that. All I know is that when we discovered this, we did ask them to actually talk to the commission about what we are doing, because we wanted to understand, and we've been open. I think you've met a number of people who have been investigating, who we've engaged. You've met with the Brigades because we wanted to be open and transparent about what we were doing.
Andiqinisekanga ngqo ke ngamaxesha kodwa ke amagqwetha ethu ngawazokwazi uyenza loo nto leyo kodwa ke sithe sawuyenza ke loo nto leyo sathi maqhubekekwe kusaba ngabantu abanenyaniso ngokwenze njalo.
General, who drafted your press statement? Did you do it yourself or did somebody do it for you?
Intetho leyo yenza ke kunondaba yabhalwa ngubani nguwe kwanye ukhona wakubhala yona?
The press statement of 17.
Is Mr. Madlanga moving away from
Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Are you moving away?
Yes, Mr. Semenya.
Chair, just for the record, might we look at the very document F15?
F15, the so-called the possible tampering report.
Indeed, Chair. At page 8. The date of the document is 2012-11-21. We could not have known anything about how this investigation is positioned. That's the first point. The second point is we did not even lead the evidence of Captain Mutlaki ourselves.
Into yokuqala funa ukutsho uba xa sijonge apha kolu xwebhu idate ke ku-20 November 2012 kwaye ke ababekhokela ubungqina ngobungqina bukaCaptain Mohlake yayingasisithi.
May I move on, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. National Commissioner, who drafted your press statement of 17 August 2012?
Triple F5, I think. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
National Commissioner ngubani wathi wabhala intetho owayenzayo phambi kwentatheli nge-17 August 2012?
May I request a copy of that because I don't have it with me?
Cela ikopi yayo ke ngoba andinayo apha phambi kwam.
Witness need a copy of Triple F5 to save time, so you can have mine. Your one's marked. Then. Your one's marked.
Thank you. Oh, is it this one? My apologies. I thought you were talking about another statement. Are we going back to this one? Then you can have your file.
Ndiyaxolisa ke bencima uthetha ngeyinye ke ngoku olunye uxwebhu ndiyaxolisa ngoba ndinayo leyo ngayithatha le file yakho.
Yes, we are going back there, General, but I don't think we are going back to any previous question.
So sabuyela kweyanqonke sibuyela kumbuzo ebesiwushukuxile.
The question was, who drafted it? General? Did you do it yourself, or did somebody do it for you?
Mbuzo bendikubuza into bangubani owayibhalayo yaba nguwe kwanye ukhona wakwenzela loo nto wakubhalela?
You've asked me that question yesterday, and I did say that was a joint operation committee output, and we also had our communications people in that environment. We had the team that was there, the commanders, as well as the comms people.
Nditshilo ke into yokuba bengaba ke ngobe joint operation kwanaba bethu ke ngoku benza unxibelelwano babekhona nabo.
Now, I asked you about the briefing on the 16th and the update on the following day, not about the authorship.
You asked me.
Are you saying the people concerned all sat down around the table and they all drafted the document? There wasn't a single person who actually took responsibility for the drafting?
Ufuna ukuthi into andithethi ngabantu abathi babhala kodwa ngithetha babekhona bonke balidrafta lento akukho babesenza loo nto bonke na okanye ukhona lo yayinguye walidrafta na?
Yes, I am saying the people that remember process of putting this together. You asked me this question, and I did say to you, the jock was responsible for, because these facts come from various people. You asked who was in the field, who was where, and I think everybody was sitting there to say, these are the facts coming from this environment and the communications people, for instance, would not have been in the field. They would be sitting there as communication scribes. Mashiru was there, and Riah was there, and they were writing, being fed information to do that. So it's a collaborative output.
Nditshilo ke xesha elidluleyo ba yayivela kujok nabantu abathile abohlukeneyo kwabekhona ke aba babebhala ukuthi xa kuthethwayo babhale phantsi yonke loo nto leyo. njengomashirhu.
So in that collaborative process, the actual scribes were the communications people.
Yes.
Abona ke bebebhala ngabantu ke aba bakunxibelelwano.
And who drafted the internal briefing note that was sent to the Department of International Relations, that is Exhibit FFF4?
Le ku FFF4 iyabhalwa yayithunyelwa ke ngokulo asanda mkhankanya yayingubani?
It was the same process.
Nayo loyo yabhalwa ngaloo ndlela ifana nale besendichazile.
General, did you have a written text when you addressed the police parade on 20 August 2012?
Wawunayo into ishicilelo lapha ebhaliweyo ngexesha ke wawuthetha ne-police parade pha ngomhla we-20 ka-August 2012?
No.
Hayi.
Commissioners, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Uthi ke ugqibile ke nokubuza imibuzo senior counsel uMadlanga uyabulela.
And thanks to the National Commissioner as well.
Uyabulela ke naku-National Commissioner.
Thank you.
Enkosi.
Thank you, Mr. Madlanga. Mr. Bezos, I understand you're going to cross-examine next. Is that correct? Yes. We'll go on till just about 4 o'clock, but it means you've got 20 minutes, unless you want me to adjourn now for tomorrow morning, but I'm happy that we should proceed.
I'd like to use the time, Mr. Chairman. May I ask you, do you prefer to be called General or Commissioner?
Anything is fine.
Uyatsho ke uGeneral Ndobana
I prefer to
ubizwe
call you
Commissioner.
Commissioner for reasons which may become clearer to you during the course of conversation.
I'm comfortable.
Might be helpful if you called her National Commissioner, because
National
otherwise
Commissioner.
there may be confusion between her
And the
us.
provincial, yes, National Commission.
Uzambiza ku-National Commission.
You were asked by one of the people, the journalists that sit around here day in and day out, Reddy Tabi, whether the conduct of the police in shooting criminals encouraged the criminals to become brazen. Did you say that to her?
She spoke about brazen. I responded to the brazen statement she made.
And what did you say?
I wouldn't recall precisely. If you
Let me remind you.
Yes.
Can you tell us, on what occasion did this take place?
It's on the 16th of March 2003, 2013, according to my notes.
Thank you.
They
are absolutely brazen because we have the most beautiful constitution that allows rights. Then that was in inverted commas. It was shown on television. It was picked up. It wasn't denied by you. Do you concede that that is what you've said?
Uthi ke nangona uthi ngabantu abonakala bevutha ngoba banamalungelo kuya ngokomgaqo siseko uyavumelana naloo nto leyo na?
I do not deny that.
Andiphikanye loo nto.
Perhaps you can explain to us why you chose to use the word beautiful, which is usually used in relation to cosmetic and fashion matters. What is it that they consider, or you consider, beautiful constitution? Please explain.
Into endifuna uyiqonda noba kutheni usebenzise igama lemgaqoseko omhle ngoba loo nto isetyenziswa kwinto ze-fashion nento ke zabantu abakwazi ukuthi bazilungise babe bahle. Kutheni ukhethe lo gama lokuba umgaqoseko omhle?
Perhaps being a Mupedi girl that I am, I took Botsi, which may mean beautiful, which may mean wonderful, which may mean good. I probably made a direct translation. I did not pay particular attention to the language, but all I was saying was that we have a very good constitution.
Mhlawumbi ke njengompeti ndiye ndayisa phaa kwisipedi apho sithetha ubuhle ithetha loo nto ubutsi ingaba into entle okanye into elungileyo kodwa bendisithi mna ilungile umgaqo-seko olungileyo.
You were not asked whether the Constitution was blue or white or what color. You were asked why did the criminals behave in the manner in which they did, and why did you say that they are absolutely brazen because we have the most beautiful constitution that allows rights?
Apho kwaungabuzwa ngombala ke okanye
imhlo. Why did you use those words?
Ngoba okanye elinye ibala ngoba ubuza into bakutheni beziphatha ngolhlobo nje ababuphula umthetho wathi wena bayasebenzisa igama lokuphenjelelwa okanye uvutha ngokuba sine umgaqo-seko omhle obavumela obanika amalungelo.
I think if you were part of the discussion and the breaks that we had quite some discussion around rights and responsibilities. And that interview is highly edited. It was pre-recorded, it was edited, and the issues of rights and responsibilities was seriously canvassed and discussed during that day.
Into ke yayishukuxwa ke ngapho kulo ngxoxo yayimiba yamalungelo kunye ne noxanduva kwaye into eyathi yashukuxwa ngalamini lonto leyo.
Good. Am I misinterpreting your statement?
Intetho yenzileyo mna nditolika ngenye indlela na?
That the criminals are absolutely brazen because there is a beautiful constitution that protects their rights. Am I misreading it?
Apha mhlawumbi nditolika ngenye indlela bakuthiwa aba bophula umthetho ke babonakala bevutha okanye bephenjelelwa ngokuba kukho umgaqo-seko obanika omhle obanika amalungelo.
What I said was that our country has a good constitution.
No, you didn't say that, National Commissioner. You said that criminals are brazen because we have the most beautiful constitution that allows rights. Rights to whom? To the criminals or not?
Uthi into ethethileyo into yoba aba bantu ke ngoku bayavutha okanye baphenjelelwe ngoba kukho lo mgaqo-seko omhle ubanika amalungelo. Amalungelo angobani ke ngabo bantu bophula umthetho okanye ayingabo?
I thought you were asking me what I was saying.
No, I asked you what you meant. Please, you know, this is not a classroom in which we play with words. Please try and answer the questions. I asked you what you meant. Did you mean what I have said and will argue you meant?
I do not mean what you said.
What did you mean?
If you allow me, I would say I said we had a good constitution.
No, that's not what you said. Nobody asked you whether we had a good constitution or not. You were asked why were criminals so brazen, and you said they are so brazen because we have the most beautiful constitution that allows for rights. You gave a germane answer to the question, did you not? We're not asked do we have an ugly or a beautiful constitution.
Umbuzo bungabuza into yoba inhle umhle okanye umgaqo-seko bebuza into yoba kutheni ngathi bayavutha ngoku aba baphula umthetho wathi ngenxa yokuba ke ngusinomgaqo-seko okhusela amalungelo abo.
I have given you my understanding of what I was saying, and indeed the way you are interpreting it, I'm saying I'm not interpreting it the way you are interpreting it.
sendichazela ukuba kutheni bendithetha ngolu hlobo kodwa mna bendingayibeki ngale ndlela ucimba wena biyintsingiselo yam kanye bendithetha loo nto uthi ndiyayithetha.
Do you believe, or did you ever believe, or did you ever express an intent, a view that the Constitution was mollycoddling the criminals?
Buke waveza umbono wokubana ke ngoku umgaqo seko nguwo lo phembelela abophula umthetho?
No.
Hayi.
Did any members of the force or service that you are heading ever express regret that the liberal constitution that we have is responsible for the criminality that the country is unfortunately facing? Did you ever hear anyone of your subordinates expressing that view?
Kukho amapolisa asebenza ngaphambi kwakho ababesola umgaqo seko into yoba nguwo unobangela wokuba ngoku ulwaphulo mthetho luphume kulawulo?
No.
Not ever.
Zange yenzeke loo nto?
Not to me.
Hayi kum.
Or publicly?
Esidlangalaleni?
No, not to me. The
The
question is not to you. Are you aware of any public statements made by your subordinates that the Constitution mollycoddles criminals and that is the reason why we have high criminality?
Wawuke wava osebenza ngaphansi kwakho esenza isidlangalaleni netho yokuba imgaqo seko nguwo kole wenza into yokubana ababophula umthetho bagabadele?
I'm not aware.
Andinalwazi.
You must be the only South African.
Maybe.
Mhlawumbi nguwe wedwa umhlali waseMzantsi Afrika uthi
You
mhlawumbi
have not heard this.
ungakhange ayivele nto.
Chair, really.
Mr. Bezos, that's a comment. You're not here to make
Well,
comments. If there's a statement that you think is a matter of general knowledge, which you suggest she knows about, you could put it to her, but don't make comments.
Sorry, yes. I am going to put to you that you well know that there is a body of South Africans who resent the rights afforded to the people of South Africa and are yearning for the absence of such fundamental rights. Have you not heard anything? Have you not read anything to that effect?
Zange uve na aba uMzantsi Afrika ababonisa ukungathandi ukuba abantu babe namalungelo na apha eMzantsi Afrika ngokomgaqo seko na?
May I be assisted maybe to be able to answer that, to say this body of people that you're talking about, which people?
Ndicela uncede ke ngoku abantu uthetha ngabo nguluhlobo olunjani okanye ngabantu abanjani abo?
Are there not people who are writing newspaper letters, making editorial comments in some publications that the criminals in South Africa are exploiting the rights that have been accorded to them in the Constitution, and this is why we have a high degree of criminality? Have you never heard or read anything like that?
Zange kufunde into ethi into yokuba amalungelo anikwa abantu kumgaqo seko ngawo enza into yokuba ulwaphulo mthetho ke luphume kulawulo. Zange kuyifunde noba kumaphephandaba into enjalo okanye ezincwadini?
That helps me. Yes, I do read about those things.
Do you agree with them or you disagree with them?
I do not agree with them.
You don't agree with them. Now, why did you answer the question that you did? Why are they brazen? And they are absolutely brazen because we have the most beautiful constitution that allows rights. I'm going to put to you, I don't want to repeat myself, that you actually made a derogatory remark in relation to our constitution and the rights that it guarantees to the people of South Africa. Do you admit it or deny it so that we can get on?
I deny it.
Uthi uyayibheka into yokuba into eye wayithetha ke ngoku ijongela phantsi umgaqo seko namalungelo akhoyo phaa kuwo.
You could have given a different answer, National Commissioner. And without any disrespect to you, but two of your predecessors, it may well be that criminals benefited from the fact that two of your predecessors, one was jailed and the other was sacked for corruption. You could have given that answer as to why we have such high degree of criminality, couldn't you?
Into ke ngoku impendulo bekufuneka ubani unike ngayo into kubana ke ngoku into yenza baxhamile ngabaphula umthetho ngento yokubana omnye
the criminality in the country can't owe itself because there was a predecessor who was sacked and another one who was jailed.
I'm not quite sure that's what the question means, but I'm not quite sure what the question means. So perhaps Mr. Bezos should rephrase it and then you can...
I don't understand the objection.
Well, may I suggest you reformulate your question, and then Mr. Semenya can then, if he wants to, give us a focus.
Did you know that two of your predecessors, one was convicted of corruption and the other was removed for office for alleged corruption?
Abake babekusikhundla sakho ngaphambili uyazi ba omnye wayohlala etrongweni owesibini waphinda ke ngoku wadilizwa okanye wagxotha emsebenzini ngenxa yokuba kwakunentsolo zokuba uthatha wenze usebenza ngokukhethela usilebi
and Square Beckett Cell.
No Nhlekazi ubhekicele.
Mr.
You know that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, may I offer to make a correction? I do not know whether it's proper. I was actually involved in the Tele matter, and the finding was not one of corruption. It was one of lack of proper management. I'm putting it very broadly. Yes, we had argued strongly for a finding on corruption, but we did not succeed on that. So this is not correct.
One amended. Thank you. The one was convicted, and the other was sacked for incompetence.
Kuta omnye ke ngoku wagwetywa omnye ke ngoku waphinda wagxothwa emsebenzini
misconduct
ngenxa yokungaziphathi kakuhle.
Would that be a matter that may have led, if those things, if those actions led to non-proper policing, might that not have been a reason for the criminality that we have in the country?
Ezo zizathu ke ngoku ayinoba uzizo ezenze into okubana uzinga lwaphula umthetho lwephezulu.
Answers the question. We have an objection from Mr. Semenya, which I must deal with.
Chair, the objection is it cannot be because of the predecessors, one being sacked on misconduct, another one jailed, that can explain the criminality in South Africa.
I'm entitled to put to the question. I'm entitled to put.
What is happening, as I understand it, is Mr. Bezos is asking you, do you agree or do you accept? Is that the right word? That a possible cause of the increased criminality in the country was the misconduct of the two of your predecessors. Is that your question?
The two predecessors.
Imbuza ubuza into ba uyamkela into yokubana into yenza ba ke ngokulwa phula umthetho luye ngokwanda ngakumbi yinxa yendlela yokuziphatha kwaba babesesikhundleni sakho ngexesha elingaphambili.
I do not agree because criminality has many causes.
Andivumelana ngoba onobangela bolomphula umthetho izizathu zalonto zininzi.
Would that be one?
Lezo nto endichazileyo ngathi ngenye yazo na.
I've already said I don't agree.
Sendishilo kuba andivumelani nawe.
Could the criminality have been as a result of the inefficiency of the police force, as it was renamed? Could it be because of the inefficiency?
Ukuba ukwenda kwalophula umthetho ingaba kungenxa yokuba aba ke ngobe nkonzo zamapolisa ungakwenzi kakuhle umsebenzi wabo na?
I still do not agree.
Nalapho andisavumelani nawe.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I do not agree.
Andivumelani nawe.
Could it have been that they were brazen because of the number of complaints that there have been about police torture and ill treatment of arrested persons?
Into baba yeke ngokuba gabadela ngenxa yokungcuthekiswa ngamapolisa.
I do not know.
Andazi.
Could it have been that a number of citizens have been killed by the police?
Awucimba isizathu into yoba uninzi ke labahlali labulawa ngamapolisa.
Maybe before I answer this one, let me try to understand. Are you saying the criminals are conducting the crime, they are doing the criminality that they are doing because there are people who are killed by the police?
Yes.
As an
act of revenge. How many people have the police killed in the last year? The last year, I mean 2012. Do you know? Did you find out?
Uke wazama ukufumanisa ke ngenxa abantu bona bebulala benza njalo ngokuphindezela bangapha abantu ke ngokulepheleyo abaye basoleka kwezo senzo.
So I should understand that the criminality is about revenge. It's a war.
Kwamanye amazwi ke ukulophula umthetho indlela yempindezelo nawo kwamanye amazwi imfazwe.
How many ordinary people have been killed by the police in 2012? Do you know?
Yes, bangapha abantu nabayithi babulawa ngamapolisa ngomnyaka ka-2012.
I can get those statistics from IP.
You don't remember?
No, not offhand.
Why did you mention to us the conversation that you had in Tanzania, that there are only 10 policemen that were killed in Tanzania for the last year?
And why
did you mention it in your evidence?
Why
Because in my evidence I make reference to police killings.
You wanted to inform the Commission and the public in South Africa, look at a wonderful record of Tanzania. There were only 10 policemen killed and about very many more were killed in South Africa.
Bufuna ke abantu ke ne commission bazi into kuba kubula amapolisa alishumi kuphela eTanzania kwaye maninzi abulewe eMzantsi Afrika.
I'm not using words such as wonderful. I was just giving a comparative analysis that I have made.
Bendingathethi ngento enhle enhle kodwa bendithelekisa.
Ella, I just finish this off, Mr. Chairman. Did you tell your opposite number in Tanzania how many people were killed by the police in Tanzania?
It was not part of that conversation, and he did not ask me.
No, but you were there and you mentioned it of a matter of relevance because of comparative purposes. Surely the proper comparison would have been how many people did the Tanzanian police kill, and by way of contrast, how many people in South Africa were killed from either side. That would have been a proper inquiry and a proper information to put before the Commission.
Into bune wazi uba into efanelekile noba ungayisa na ku-commission kukubuza phaa eTanzania nokuba bangaphi abantu ababule ngamapolisa phaa eTanzania ukwenzela uzokwazi ukuthelekisa nemeko yalapha eMzantsi Afrika uzokwazi uxelela le commission.
Advocate, that was not our conversation.
Yayingasiyo ke ukingxoxo esasinayo leyo.
Just want to put to you finally on this topic. I'm going to put to you finally for your comment that you are actually quite absolutely concerned not to say a single word which may be uncomplimentary to the South African police. You are patting them on the back. You did so on the 17th. You did so on the 20th. You are doing so in the witness box in the lengthy cross-examination. What do you say to that?
Into endizawucela ukuba ngawuphefumle kuyo into yokuba into oxhalabe ngayo kakhulu into yokuba awuthethi into ingathi ayifanelekanga amapolisa, ingathi uyabancoma njengoba ingathi babethe exhalabeni, ngoba wayenze loo nto nge-17 nange-20 nalapha ku-witness box ngeli xesha ke ngokubuza imibuzo emininzi kwi-senior counsel uMadlanga. Uthini kuloo nto leyo?
I do not agree, but I cannot change your assertion.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
The Commission will now adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Sesigqibeleke namhlanje, siyaqhubeka umso kwakhona icala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.